sir. All right. Good morning, everyone. Glad to see everyone who came to see us today. So we hope to have a good day and glad that you're here with us. At this time, I'd like to call the Board of Pasco County Board of County Commission meeting of October 22nd, 2019. I would like to remind everyone present, please silence all electronic devices. And if you would, please stand now with me for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
O merciful Creator, your hand is open wide to satisfy the needs of every living creature. Make us thankful for your loving providence and grant that we, remembering the account that we must one day give, may be faithful stewards of your good gifts. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, you would call the roll, and remind the other commissioners that Ms. Starkey had a medical procedure yesterday and is not here with us today. Okay?
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Here.
District 4, Commissioner Wells.
Here.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Here.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Here. So, all right, before I open public comment, I'd like to remind all the commissioners there's no conversation back and forth from the dais to those giving public comment. Now is the time for public comment. Citizens are given an opportunity to speak on any item coming before the board during this public comment section. The board also takes public comment on items to be placed on future board agendas and other business under their purview. Public comment for public hearing items are taken during those individual public hearings beginning at 1:30 p.m. Individuals speaking during public comment will be given 3 minutes. After stating your name and address for the clerk, the timer at the podium will start. After 2 minutes, one beep will sound and the light will change from green to yellow, letting you know that you have 1 minute remaining. After the timer is up, 2 beeps will sound and the light on the timer will change from yellow to red, indicating the 3 minutes are up and you should close your comments. Okay? Madam Clerk, would you read the first 2 or 3 and get them lined up?
Okay. If you would, as I call your name, line up behind the podium. The first person signed up is Wanda Chasnoff. Second is Diane Kobernick. The third is Patricia Higgins. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Wanda Chasnoff. I live at 6608 Status Lane, Newport Richey. I'm here to talk to Mr. Jack Moreno. So he's been out to my area, so I have a couple of things here I'd like to address to you. One is on our flooding issue and the meeting that you had with Newport Richey, where our status is on that, okay? Another thing that I'm addressing here is West Side Street and my street. My street just was broken into, one of my mobile homes there that I'm a caregiver of. Well, we caught the gentleman due to the cameras. Caught him on West Side, and you know the drug problem we've been having. We got a drug house on the corner of Green Key and Status. We've got 2 on West Side. Our Pasco County Sheriff's been on West Side quite a bit chasing this guy. Well, they told one of the residents there that not to call him, that we got 2 drug houses that we're fighting, one here and one here. Lady lives here. They come and try to get in her house. She put the light on, the girl fell. She didn't call nobody, okay? But they caught the guy that broke in the one on my street at the end of West Side, all kinds of stolen good. I helped him catch him. I told him where he was at the moment, okay? Number 3 is, what is the rental status of owner renting out properties, do no background checks or anything? Now this is why we got the drug problem all right here in my door. She owns 3 houses on my street particularly, but she don't do any background check. And now all we got's drug haven again. And we conquered it there at once. Then my other thing is, we still addressing my neighbor with the cat. He's still feeding the pharaohs. I still can't sit in my yard, crap him in my garden. I'm working on doing better. I'm trying to put up a fence. I'm trying to put up electric guideline to keep them off my property. But I'm on disability, so my money is limited. But I'd also like to let you know, due to Mr. Moreno, we got 2 drug houses gone. We got a cat problem partially taken care of due to your help, and hope that others and think, and we gave $400 to the Sheriff's Department K-9 unit due to the help of the Sheriff's Department and your help. Please, would you help me conquer these things? I'm an active citizen and I'm a taxpayer. Please help me conquer these things that I'm wanting to get done. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the clerk.
Hello, my name is Diane Kobernick, 5001 South Shore, member of Gulf Harbors United. On the agenda today is consent item 45. You consented to pay just shy of $100,000 for a second study for the dredging after wasting $39,000 on a previous study that had to be disregarded because the scope of work given to Dewberry was overly broad and unrealistic. But this doesn't bother you. After all, you have already indicated that the cost will be passed down to the property owners in another form of another MSBU, Municipal Service Benefit Unit. I don't think it benefits property owners to continuously having their tax increase for your special pet projects. In fact, if you were honest, the ones that will truly benefit from deeper channels are the ones that will not be paying for this. Boaters with the need of deeper channels, commercial boating activities, including the restaurants with boat slips and future commercial activities, what share will they pay? So now, the county is paying more than $139,000 on studies for this dredging project. And the reason this will be passed on to your citizens is because you failed to meet the restore funding requirements, which would have allowed the restore funds to pay this study. Forget the fact that restore committee canceled 3 meetings in a row. This is your incompetency. Mr. Mariano, you accuse the city of Port Richey mayor for squandering city monies. That is the pot calling the kettle black. By the way, whatever happened to the $1 million plus of state funding that was allocated for the Hudson Channel dredging program that expired if the project was not started by June 30th, 2004? Mr. Dan Biles, which he's not here, with your former military experience and former colonel, I expected you to have tighter reins on these shenanigans. A major question remains unanswered. Where will the funding for the project come from? Who will pay for this dredging? Let me make myself perfectly clear. Your citizens are not your open checkbook for your pet projects, and certainly not without a very serious fight. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Higgins. I live at 15400 Bermondsey Street, Knudsen. The ongoing problem on at 15324 Kerry Lane, which has been going on for 14 years, which Mr. Mariano knows about. He's been there a few times earlier on when I lived there, before he drove me out. Anyways, I called code enforcement. It's supposed to be on the anonymous line. And Erica answered and I was calling about Kerry Lane. Also, I wanted to say something about my street, Bermondsey Street, which is right back to back. That is the home of BRC Enterprises and the residence of the owner of that property. The building for business was never permitted. His abuse of the law on his property has been going on for 14 years, I know of. He's a weekend warrior and has done a lot of damage to the property. Numerous complaints have been made. Erica looked it up and said any work on that property was permitted. I was checking because he has dug numerous holes with 10 to 15-foot piles of dirt. I also wanted to report the mess at 15335 Bermondsey Street. On Saturday, September 21st, they started demolition of an old double-wide mobile home. When told we were going to turn them in because there was no permit for this, they stopped. But on Monday, early, they came to code enforcement, got a permit to tear it down, and then left the mess. It's still there. I called and reported it. I put in 2 complaints, one on each property. I haven't seen too much going on. The lady was rude to me, this Erica person. I think she needs some lessons in speaking with the public. She went, when I said about Bermondsey Street, she said, I want to know where you're going with this. You started on Carey Lane, now you're on Bermondsey Street. Hello, I've been doing this. I wanted to talk with Micah, who knew about the situation, but he's not available. I told her that I thought she was very rude. She said, what did you say? I said, I told you you were very rude, and I terminated the call. She said that that was all permitted, but the next day when I called, because I was still upset, I was told that there were no permits for Mr. Bumstead issued for the digging. Now, what do? We take pictures, they won't accept our pictures.
Ma'am, your
Mr.
time-
Mariano told us to
Your
take
time's
pictures.
up.
Okay.
All right, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, Micah's right in the back. Micah, raise your hand. Okay. Thank you.
The next signed up is William Fuller, followed by John Seibart, and followed by Cheryl Orchard. If you could please line up. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
my name is William Fuller. I live on 15400 Bermondsey Street, also in Hudson. And I'm continuing on about Bruce Bumstead. I've got a card, a business card of his, and everybody says he's not running a commercial business. Well, why is he distributing business cards with his name on it and the address on it? And it's in the agriculture residence area, and he has no permits for nothing. He gets away with everything. And the place on Bermondsey Street that they started wrecking down, well, that's still there. It's still a mess. They haven't cleaned it up. It's been over a month. It started in August. Here it is, October. It's still got a mess there. Never cleaned up. I mean, something should be done about it. There's styrofoam blowing all over the yards. There's scrap going all over the yards because the wind picks up and takes it everywhere because they don't clean up the mess. I wish somebody could do something about it and enforce the things. I had to pay $420 for a permit put a 10 by 12 shed on my property. And these people get away with all this weekend warrior crap and don't pay any permits. It's about time somebody in Pasco County got off their duff and did something about these people that are doing this crap and getting away with it. Thank you. Have a good day.
If you will, hand that card to Micah there in the back.
I will show it to him, yes.
Okay, good. Yes, sir. Name and address.
Good morning, John Seibart. I'm the HOA president at the Estates. Our concern at the Estates right now, or our focus, is on the closed golf course. We had a representative attend your workshop a few weeks ago and gave you information on the links which had closed. The problem with the links closing is that it has impacted not only our neighborhood, which is the Estates, but also the Reserve, Beacon Point, Barrington Woods, Fairway Oaks, Millwood Village. You're looking at well over 1,000 homes that are impacted by this closed golf course. Now, I'm not looking to control someone's business, but if you have a business of a golf course, you have an obligation to take care of it. When you close that and leave it closed, if you take a look at the news brief this morning that was on Bay News 9, you're going to get a pretty good snapshot of what our neighborhood looks like and what the golf course looks like today. Now, how is it impacting us? It's impacting us because we spend a lot of time and money maintaining our homes, which increases the value, which in turn we pay more taxes as the value of the home rises. Now we have a golf course that looks, it's dead. It's a detriment to our neighborhood, not just looking at it, but also now you have tall grass. Vermin, snakes, standing water, which is mosquitoes. Now our health is at risk. And then when you got all these animals, now we get more coyotes. So there's a lot of things that are happening. The other part of it, taking away the health concern, is the flooding concern. When you don't maintain your detention ponds, which a lot of ours are on the golf course, we could, at some point in time, start having issues with stormwater runoff. So what I'm asking for you to do for our communities is please take a look at an ordinance that would require the golf course owner, or any golf course in Pasco County, if they're going to close, they have to realize they have to maintain it. On another note, maybe there's something that you can do to help these businesses. I know the only thing that would maybe be on an agenda to look at would be your wastewater or reclaimed water that they use for watering the fairways. Maybe there can be something done there to offset some of their cost. In any case, we're looking for your help. Please get this on the agenda, and please create a new ordinance that would require any golf course owner to maintain the course after it's closed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chairman, how many people did you bring with you? Just so the commission knows, because I'm going to speak to everybody.
Let me ask you this, has he said basically what everybody wants to speak to, that same item? Because you don't necessarily have to come tell the commissioners that 50 times, because we heard it very loud and clear from John here. So.
Okay, and just to understand, snowbirds haven't come back yet, so there's a lot more that are
Right.
concerned.
And we understand that.
Yeah.
It affects more than just yourself, I know that,
Thank
and
you
these
for your
others.
time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Cheryl Orchard. I live at 6719 Manor Beach Road in Newport Richey off of Green Key. I'm here today. First of all, I want to address and thank every one of you commissioners and the stormwater that's been in working, figuring out the problems that we have in the neighborhood. It's bringing hope back to our neighborhood. And it's a lot nicer when we can work together and work through these problems. They didn't happen overnight. It's going to take time, but we have hope, and we need help in there. And the help we've got so far, we appreciate every bit of it. And I want to thank every one of you commissioners for that. My understanding was the news channel came out there. A lot of people are uninformed about how much they are working. Some of these parts that they had to be shipped in from Sweden. That is going to control some of the water problems. But there's times that they can install these too. The tide has to be down. There's other issues that they have to correct to make this water go away. Some of those streets are underwater. Oh my goodness, 3 to 3.5 weeks a month they get water they have to wade to their cars in. And the cars in there have to wait, drive through that brackish water. They have more hope now. We formed a neighborhood watch, which should help with some of the crime. People know that you're in there and people are concerned about their neighborhood. Just want to thank every one of you for what you've done. And I hope you continue with it and keep the hope going. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next three who signed up, I might mispronounce your last name, Mr. Steve Agu. R4, sorry about that if I did pronounce that incorrectly. Gail Swedberg and Dan Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for allowing us a chance to speak. My name is Steve Auger. I'm the CEO of Birdsong Housing, DDR Development. We're based in Kissimmee, Florida, and I'm here to speak on the local government contribution item that you have later on in your action agenda. There was 3 developments that were passed up from the process that y'all established through the HFA, the Local Housing Finance Authority. And these are to make recommendations for y'all to select a deal for the local government contribution. And by selecting one deal, you give both Pasco County and that application a better shot at getting funded in Florida Housing Finance Corporation's award of tax credits. It was a thoughtful process that staff ran, and we're grateful to be one of the 3 deals. We were the deal that y'all selected last year, Tanager Court, which is at the intersection of Old Road 54 and County Road 54 in that 54-56 corridor. It's the one of the 3 that's in that corridor. The analysis that was done by Mr. Hendrickson, who made this recommendation to staff and the HFA after working with staff on coming up with the application process, the main delineation in his mind was the number of units that Bayonet Gardens that staff's recommending to you had versus some of the other applications. One of the things that was mentioned in his analysis that you'll see but wasn't highlighted was that it's a wood frame construction. Ours is concrete construction. We believe that's superior design type, but obviously costs more. Was one of the reasons we had the most aggressive repayment terms, highest interest rate at 3% and a 15-year term and amortization of that loan, knowing that there was more expensive construction design type. Based on that and the location of our development, we hope that you'll consider it. Was included in the 3 because they were a good development, and y'all are in the enviable position of having good choices to choose from. I was the director of the Florida Housing Finance Corporation for 11+ years, and it was during that tenure that we implemented this of having local governments select one. And the idea was, since the resources, the tax credits were so scarce, we wanted to make sure that local governments that were willing to make, that kind of selection and were willing to put that kind of resource into a development had a better chance of getting funded. And whichever way you go, we appreciate your willingness to do that, your willingness of prioritizing affordable housing in your county as a priority, and we hope you'll select us again this year. But thank you for all that you're doing, and thanks to staff. They've been thoughtful, accessible, and easy to work with. We appreciate that.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name's Gail Swedberg, 4719 Largo Terrace in Newport Richey. I also want to start out by thanking everyone for all the help with the flood issues and everything over on Green Key. We're looking forward to that getting resolved, hopefully in the near future. I have 2 items that I wanted to ask you about. As everybody knows, we deal with code. Every time you hear, I had to call code and I talked to this person. There's so many names and I don't even know who these people are. I know who I talk to. I'm wondering if there isn't a website or some way to have like monthly or every 3 months to have meetings with code enforcement so that the residents can sit down and ask their questions and see the status of violations rather than everybody calling their officer of choice. I think that would be real helpful to get some answers. I also have a sheet here I'd like to hand out that has a list of code violations that are over 2 years old and they're still not being addressed.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Another thing that I wanted to ask about is the dumping. We're forever having mattresses, couches, everything dumped on Olsner in particular, because it's dark back there. There's not ample lighting. There's no signs that say no dumping. I don't know what the requirements are to have those posted there so that they can be enforced. There's couches back there. They're right off the street, but they're visible when you drive by, right on the corner of Bow and Olsner in particular. So that is a real bad area for the dumping. So again, any kind of website or anywhere where we can get our answers rather than making those phone calls and tying up the code enforcement officers that are trying to do their job. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Name and address for the clerk.
Dan Callahan, 7108 Daggett Terrace, Newport Richey. I spent all of September and a little of October in upstate New York near Cooperstown, so I'm sure I've missed out on some of the major news here in Pasco County. So tell me, did you get the permit on September 23rd from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to slice and dice the 6,500 acres of the Serenova Wilderness that you've spent $13 million on since 1998. You didn't? You mean that despite your efforts and that of commissioners over the more than 20 years, and the begging of Congressman Gus Belarakis, and a meeting with Trump in the ultra White House, that you still failed to get that little old permit? I can imagine how embarrassed you are to have spent so much money that could have gone for repairs to roads and streets or for flood abatement, with not even a shovelful of dirt turned over. $13 million. I can imagine how disappointed the developers and the contractors and the realtors and the insurance companies and the title companies are that you again failed to get this permit to build a 4-lane highway to nowhere but new developments, a highway that most Pasco citizens will never use, a highway that is not truly needed as a hurricane evacuation route that you Chicken Littles constantly cluck about without a shred of evidence that it's needed or wanted. Let's say that tomorrow the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers ignores reality and decides to give you the permit, regardless of the increase of wetlands you will now destroy, and despite the lack of environmental impact studies and reports required by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife on 4 species of animals that may be destroyed in the Serenova Preserve. We know the Bexleys, who own a stretch of what would be the Ridge Road extension, won't allow you to conduct studies on their piece of property due to your past record of lies. So in your alternate universe, let's imagine wrongs are ignored and you get the permit. A federal judge will respond to a notice of intent from the Corps of Engineers, which will give our Serenova Coalition and its attorneys up to 90 days to point out in the thousands of letters and reports we've sent them why this permit should be rescinded. We will file a lawsuit in federal courts that will require the defendants, that's you, to pay all court costs when we win. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers will eventually send its findings in a nice letter to you, and it will raise 10 or 12 reasons why the permit should be withdrawn, and it will rule in your favor on probably 2 or 3 or 4 of those things. And it will then take back the permit because of the others. You will appeal to their Atlanta office, and the Army Corps of Engineers will take 3 to 5 years to make its final decision. And at some point, the federal judge will also make his or her decision, and then you will lose, finally and completely. Here's hoping I'm still here for the last act of this governmental tragedy of errors.
Thank you for your comments.
The next 3 individuals signed up are Fran DeCano. I'm unable to pronounce the first name or read the first name. The last name is Herrick, lives on Cary Lane. And then we have Chris Shear. Thank you. State your name and address, please.
Good morning, Francis DeCanio, 8837 Kilmer Way, Hudson, Florida. I'd like to start off by saying thank you, everyone. We appreciate all your help and everything you do. If a community doesn't work together, we don't accomplish anything. Our president, John Seabart, came up and explained from the links. I just have a few to add. In those 1,000 homes, we have our seniors that have retired and living on fixed incomes. Some able, some disabled, but they get out there and they take care of their properties. We have our children living in these homes. We have new people coming into the area because they love Pasco County. Most important is we have our veterans. They are disabled and some are not disabled. They fought for us, and I am asking, please, a proposal or some kind of bill that you can pass and help us as community working together, that anyone that has a business that goes under, and we realize that happens, to have them to maintain their properties. Because if I owned 10 rental properties in Pasco County, I would be made maintain my property. I believe there is an ordinance that Pasco would probably cut it for me and then charge me. So we're just asking to work with us. We appreciate everything you do for us. But remember, in those veterans that are living in the homes, they fought for us. Can we all just fight for them? And we thank you. Good day.
I'm Donna Herrick, 15401 Cary Lane. and I'm one of those veterans that she was talking about. And I just would like to know if the zoning agency, why is there a different code for the south end and the west side of Cary Lane? That we have to maintain our property, we can't have unlicensed cars that we're working on in the yard without having to have them hauled away. We build a fire in a fire pit, the fire department and the police are called, but the one that does the complaining has a 10-foot high fire in the middle of the trees that are left. We had to get a permit to cut down half of a tree that Irma left, but he can cut down 55 trees and doesn't need a permit. We have to have the yards cleaned up. Everything has to have a license on it. There is a camper with about a half-inch of black mold on it, a boat full of junk, trash, a truck in all shapes of disrepair stuck in the woods. When we moved there 11 years ago, there was an old mobile home condemned across the street. But this is the same weekend warrior that Pat was talking about. He moved a little house in on the corner of Bolton and Cary Lane with no permit, because he did it on a weekend. He pulled the condemned mobile home out, put a new one in, no permit, just maybe a month later. He's got one well that furnishes both of these places, and the little house that was moved in is paying the electric on the pump that feeds both homes. And they both belong to the same guy. Last time I heard, he had until November of last year to fill in a hole that he's sold about 40 loads of sand out of. That hole is still there, and there's more sand piled up, evidently more holes being dug. I was told he was going to go to jail if he didn't have filled in by November. But November came and went, and another November is here. And I want to know, is all these government entities for all of Pasco County, or just the ones that can afford it? Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the clerk.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Chris Shear. I'm the Managing Director of McDowell Housing Partners. Here today on behalf of item R4, which is a local government contribution that Mr. Auger had explained in more detail in regards to that process. My project, Bayonet Gardens, is the #1 ranked development, elderly development. It is located in Hudson. It is adjacent to Regional Medical Center Bayonet Point. We take a lot of time and care. We're long-term owners, operators of affordable and workforce housing assets. I've been working in Pasco County for the last 6 years, completing 3 developments, all of which are along the US 19 corridor. And of those 3 developments, we have all been wood construction, frame construction. There's a lot of, there's a lot of code behind allowing frame construction, so the differentiation between concrete and frame is not as drastic as it may seem. We have impact windows, we're velocity zones in terms of the wind loads. So those projects are all built, they're all successful, and I've switched my focus more to senior population. I think it's undeniable that there is a huge demand and need for senior housing here. It's very much underserved. Most of the affordable housing development that's been built in the last 6 years has all been family-oriented development. Of the 9 elderly developments that are in Pasco County, all of them are in Port Richey and Newport Richey, and 2 in Zephyr Hills. There's nothing further up 19 in the Hudson market. And so we spent a lot of time identifying a specific site that we would would drive the most value. Our intention is to deliver a product and partner with the county over the long term here. This development has the most units for the lowest investment on behalf of the county. We've committed to keep it affordable in perpetuity. We have exceeded the FHFC requirements to provide resident service programs. We are providing all of the 5 resident service programs that Florida Housing permits or gives us an option to provide. And in addition, we're providing 100% of our extremely low income levels, which are 30% AMI units, as special needs units. Florida Housing only requires 50. Those units will serve specifically seniors, often veterans, mobility disimpaired units. So those units I think are very important given the proximity of the development site to Regional Medical Center. And overall, I just hope that you guys take a look at the true merits of the development despite anything else, and vote on the merits of the deal and what's going to drive the most impact and benefit to the county. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you.
The next 3 individuals signed up is Sean Wilson, Laurel McDonald, and Jeff Harlan.
Name and address for the clerk.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Sean Wilson, president of Blue Sky Communities, 5300 West Cypress Street in Tampa. I'm here today regarding item R4, the recommendation for the local government area of opportunity funding, the same thing that my 2 competitors were here talking about. My company is the Gulfview application. Our site is on Hudson Avenue, directly next door to Hudson Elementary, where there's a little bit of homeless activity right now. I want to point out, we do not own the site. We're not responsible for the homeless activity. We have a contract to purchase it. We were the #1 ranked family-oriented development, and of course there's a great need for family housing in Pasco County as well. I want to clarify one thing before I talk about all the great things about Gulfview Place. First of all, the HFA met and they voted to pass along 2 and then 3 applications to you guys without a particular distinction between the 3. They were leaving it up to the board to decide which of the 3. The preamble to the agenda item indicated that Bayonet Gardens was being recommended, and so we hope you'll really take into consideration what the HFA voted, which was to leave up to y'all whether Bayonet Gardens, Gulfview Place, or Tanager Court. And of course, I'm here for Gulfview Place. Staffing consultant, they did a great job reviewing the applications, and they narrowed it down using a broad brush approach. But that approach did not draw every distinction that you guys really need to draw. For many reasons, Gulfview is the best choice today. I'm going to mention a few, and my colleagues are going to come up behind me, and they're going to mention 1 or 2 more. Let's talk about the quality of the developer. Now, really, it's most about the what and not so much about the who. Our site is better. My guys are going to talk about that. But let's talk about the who, because this is not just a one-day decision for you guys. This is not just a decision you're going to make it and you're done and we apply and we get our funding from the state. This is a 52-year relationship. 2 years to get it permitted and built, and then 50 years of affordability. So we're the most experienced. We've completed 9 developments. The other groups, they have some experienced folks on their team. I didn't see where they had actually completed anything. We're local. We're based in Tampa. You can go see any of our properties in St. Petersburg or Tampa, and I think you're going to be very pleased. I'm a leader. Our company is a leader. I testified in front of the Senate TED committee last week advocating for more funding for affordable housing. The wonderful Senator Simpson was there, and I really think that we stand out as the top developer among the group. Let's talk about intangibles: ability to follow rules, level of effort, attention to detail. Pretend this is a job application. The RFP clearly stated the financial summary must be in the format acceptable to FHFC. Bayonet Gardens did not follow that rule. That was overlooked. Bayonet Gardens did not make the effort to provide a preliminary site plan. We did. Bayonet Gardens submitted a financial pro forma that, yes, it said Bayonet Gardens, and right below it, it said Douglas Gardens and Pembroke Pines. That's sloppy. If this was a job application, would you hire that person? Finally, property management. Our property management is local. We've been around for 50 years. You're going to hear some details about that. You want somebody who's going to maintain the property. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Comments? Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Laurel McDonald. I'm the president of Carteret Management, 5300 West Cypress, located in Tampa, Florida. As Sean mentioned, we have a nearly 5-decade history of operating affordable housing here in Florida. We're based nearby in Tampa, and our current portfolio consists of 23 properties comprised of nearly 3,000 apartments. We are an affiliate of Blue Sky, and with shared ownership and shared offices, we work very closely with their team to ensure continuity between their initial vision and its long-term implementation. For me, this business is personal. My grandfather started Carteret in 1971 to manage 2 affordable sites in St. Petersburg, which we still run today. I'd be happy to show you these as an example of our commitment to excellence and our ability to maintain assets long-term. My father subsequently grew Carteret and has mentored me over the last 10 years during my tenure with the company. I can attest firsthand to our company's commitment to providing exceptional housing for our community's hardest working families, deserving seniors, and other vulnerable groups. Carteret's focus is on the long term. It's our promise to our owners, our communities, our local governments, and our residents that we will maintain their properties in the years to come. And we have a 48-year track record of making good on these commitments. We do all the same things you'd expect from the conventional site down the street: good curb appeal, strong resident relations, strong management programs, and at the same time, we maintain a strict commitment to the rigorous compliance practices mandated by affordable housing. We facilitate programming and partnerships to enhance the lives of our residents to make sure that they can achieve success and independence. And we are constantly seeking out best practices via our role as an accredited management organization through the Institute of Real Estate Management, as well as other industry affiliations. 48 years of history will show you that our experience is solid, and our commitment to managing excellent properties will not waver. As you select a developer and a site for new affordable housing here in Pasco, I hope you will consider not only Blue Sky's impeccable record as a developer, but also Carteret's reputation as property manager. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Name and address for the clerk.
Jeff Harlan, 4310 Whitner Drive, Land O'Lakes. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm the Vice President of Acquisitions for Blue Sky Communities, the applicant for Gulfview Place. Our history with this site started in 2017. We identified it as a superb opportunity for affordable housing. We got it under contract. We took it through the rezoning process. You guys embraced the concept and approved our rezoning in 2018. This LGAO funding that we're requesting is the next step in making that affordable housing happen. I'm the acquisitions guy. I'm always out looking at sites, and whether it's for elderly or for family or for disabled veterans or for homeless, you know, the details matter. Not every site is equal. We believe Gulfview Place is the best site, and I want to explain a couple reasons why. Hudson Elementary School is right next door. The bus stop is right outside our site. Walgreens and Winn-Dixie is right across the street. Behind Winn-Dixie is the Regional Medical Center, Bayonet Point. All of these are needed services for residents, and they are all walkable from our site, walkable on a sidewalk. Sean mentioned details. Just want to bring this up as it applies to site selection. Bayonet Gardens uses the same services we do, essentially, but they're not as close, and they're not truly walkable. You can walk a couple blocks up Lakeshore Boulevard from their site to 5A Road, or across Jack Hugh Road a couple blocks to 5A Road and catch a bus, or you can walk up to the medical center, or you can walk up to Winn-Dixie, but you'll be doing it on the street or in the grass, because there are no sidewalks in this area. I'm truly not saying this to disparage Bayonet Gardens. I'm just trying to point out that when Blue Sky looks for a site to serve a population, we take all these details into consideration because they matter. Speaking of people in need, Sean brought up the site currently has some homeless activity on it. I recognized it a while back. I talked to some of the neighbors. They indicated that there's always 10 to 20 people living in the woods. You know, that's the kids in the area know that they're not supposed to go in the woods. There's a school next door. The development of Gulfview Place would take away that danger and create affordable housing for those in need. We are a mission-driven company, as both my colleagues had mentioned. In that effort, I'll go on record now and say that Blue Sky will provide limited financial assistance for all the homeless people living in that site when we start construction to help them transition to regular housing. I'm active as a veteran. Last weekend, I participated in the stand down. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. One community now I just recently found out about, they bring all the homeless vets from Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Pasco, and they bring them up to the police, safety town. And it's amazing. If you haven't done that, please do. It'll change your perspective on life. I'm active locally with affordable housing committees, working with nonprofits and the government and for-profit companies, and always trying to find out how can we bring more housing, affordable housing, to Pasco County and make it last. Again, we're here to ask your support to make Gulfview Place become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next three individuals who signed up is Frank Cornier, Alan Rose, and Eddie Vasilopoulos.
Good morning. You did pronounce it correctly the first time. It is Frank Cornier. Okay. I'm a resident of Pasco County. I live at 18209 Howland House Loop in Land O'Lakes. I'd like to thank the chair and the commissioners for this opportunity to speak this morning. I am a project manager for Blue Sky Communities, and I would be the property manager on Gulfview Place so that you can be assured that of a high degree of responsiveness. I do care about Pasco County. That's why it's important to me. You may be looking at the number of units in these projects that you're deciding upon. Bayonet has 120 units, and Gulfview Place has 92. But in terms of overall impact, it's nearly identical. 174 bedrooms to 172. So the number of units, the number of individuals served is equal. I hope your decision is not solely based on units. Yeah. So as I tell you what not to pay attention to, I want to call your attention to certain things that you do want to pay attention to, such as income targeting. Gulfview is targeting a wider range of workforce families with 12 of our units at the 80% AMI income level. Gulfview is a true mixed income community with 3 income levels. By comparison, Bayonet only has 2 income categories, and none of which are at 80% AMI. Another thing to pay attention to is that Bayonet Gardens did not know who their property manager would be in their application. So you commissioners won't know and don't know as of now who the property manager on their project would be. Finally, we have great linkages to not-for-profit communities, not-for-profit agencies in our community. For example, Metropolitan Ministries, a leading not-for-profit in this area. Allow me to read a letter, or portions of a letter written by Tim Marks, Executive Director for Metropolitan Ministries. I'm just going to touch on 3 paragraphs, which I think are the most important, and I'll provide this to the clerk as well. Mr. Marks states, as you consider the best action to take, I am submitting this letter of support on behalf of the families we serve. We need more affordable apartments for families to keep children safe and families together. Pasco Public Schools students in transition reports 1,063 students from 430 families are either doubled up, living in motels, surviving in substandard housing, or residing in shelters. Affordable housing for families can keep Pasco families from becoming homeless, as well as supporting families transitioning from shelters. We support Blue Sky Communities' efforts to bring affordable housing for families in Pasco County. From our experience, Blue Sky's partners and staff are expert in navigating not only the nuts and bolts of the real estate development, but they know the funding programs inside and out. Blue Sky is local, and that makes a big difference in their ability to respond to the community's concerns and needs. Maybe the best part about working with Blue Sky is their people. Sean and his team are friendly, cooperative, eager to please, and creative. Thank you for your leadership and consideration of all proposals. With gratitude, Tim Marks. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the clerk.
Yes, good morning. My name is Alan Rose, 10221 Hilltop Drive, Newport Richey. Today, I'm just going to bring something to your attention. I've been sending you all emails, so you should have an idea what's coming. Most recently, I sent you an email, 2 others also, that there's approximately $500 million in available funds that we could go after, we could seek. Before, I brought you $250 million, another time was $160 million. We have all these millions of dollars available through grants, through direct funding, and we're not going after it. We're not getting it. We're not taking care of what needs to be taken care of. Currently, we have Cruise Lake, Hudson Beach, Green Key, Robert K. Reese Memorial Park, Key Vista, Gulf Harbors, all in need of help. These are live parks. These are parks that we have ownership of, and we are neglecting them. We have lost the beach at Hudson. We have lost the beach at Green Key. They're gone. I've taken pictures. I've sent you pictures, so you can see they're gone. They're not irretrievable, but we need to take action. You all have a fiduciary responsibility, and I know you all take it seriously and do a good job. But there are people that are responsible to you that are not doing their jobs properly. Somebody's dropping the ball. This funding is available, has been available. I've been coming to you for 5 years with these different projects. And I didn't realize it was a funding issue. I started bringing you funding because I know where to find it. Now I've been bringing you funding. I still see no one taking action to help the county. The county, we are on a limited budget. We have limited funds. You can reach out and look at this, and I send you the actual numbers so you can go and apply for these directly. Whoever is responsible for this, and get some money rolling in for the county. It's not that difficult. It's a three-page application, and then you start hearing from our other county members their concerns of MSBUs and what have you. If somebody in the county was going after this money, you'd have millions of dollars in the kitty to afford this. Another part of the county will say, we don't have the personnel staff. We don't have the staff to attach this. Well, there's enough funding in here that you can fund this position that can go after this money for you. Have one person, two people going after these funds that are available throughout the government. Just go out, reach out, and get it. And you'll have somebody that may cost you $40,000 a year as an additional funding person can bring you in an extra $1 or $2 million a year. These projects can be done, and there's no reason for it not being tackled. It's somebody that's responsible to you that's not taking action for us. So please take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address.
Eddie Vasilopoulos. I'm a private investor, landlord in Holiday. I own numerous properties there. My issue is pretty simple. Approximately 3 years ago, I initiated a petition to repave Berg Road, as well as the adjacent road, which is Acme Road, which is a dirt road. I initiated with Ms. Starkey's office. I actually had a meeting with Ms. Starkey on the issue, and the petition failed. I waited approximately a year and a half later. I initiated a second petition. That as well failed, which was about 1 year ago. The road looks like it's been bombed by the Germans during the Blitzkrieg. It's very, very bad. It's got huge potholes. I have a big elderly population that lives, that are my tenants, and they often complain to me about it, and they have difficulty traversing that road. It's been, the potholes have been filled numerous times. They just reappear again. Basically, I'm asking if the county could pave the road. I understand there's going to be a special assessment in terms of taxes. I'm happy to pay it. I'm a good landlord. I take good care of my tenants. I fix things when they need to be fixed. I believe in Pasco County. One other thing, though, a special engineer's report was actually conducted by Pasco County during that time to assess the damage of the road, and the county themselves said it's substandard and needs to be fixed sooner than later. I notice a lot of other roads in Holiday are repaved time and time again that don't even need paving. I don't understand it. I'm just asking for a little asphalt here. If that could be looked at, I would greatly appreciate it. Also, I recently invested about $25,000 in a water project on Burke Road to upgrade to add city water to my properties, as well as I had well water, and that was recently completed. So I'm willing to make the investment. I only hope that your office can do as well.
Right.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Cavallo, you got the name of those roads? Get me a back report on it. So, okay. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, I only have two left that signed up, Dominic Scanavino, and I don't know if the individual wrote their name. Is it Deco Hopping?
Mr. Chairman, distinguished commission, my name is Dominic Scanavino, and I'm the president of the Council of Neighborhood Associations in Pasco County. In addition to which, I'm also the owner and CEO of Management and Associates, which is a community association management company. And I'm here on behalf of the membership of the Council of Neighborhood Associations, CONA. Recently, as recent as last May, I have been requested by several members to please address the commission regarding these abandoned golf courses. As you know, many of the developers in the past were required to put in recreational facilities, and one of the best ones to do was to put in a golf course. The reason for that was purely to mitigate stormwater management. One of my concerns and one of their concerns is that, in particular, the one that you just heard in Pasco County in Hudson, the Links Golf Course, is an integral part of the stormwater management of that community. The other issues that I have is with respect to comments. We have worked together in the past with the county commission, and we would like to continue to work with the county commission to hopefully resolve this interesting development that has occurred. The folks from the estates at Beacon Woods have purchased their properties back in the 80s, and they purchased these properties at premium dollars because they were adjacent to a golf course. Now, all of a sudden, that golf course is abandoned. We ask that we can work in concert together with the board, with the board and its staff, to hopefully come up with an ordinance that would address the situation and rectify it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Deco Hopping, and I live at 28046 Bayhead Road, Dade City. I'm here to speak on the proposed 130-acre, 675 RV space plus hotel resort plan for development in the northeast corner where Lake Iola intersects I-75, which is to come before you in the near future. I want to invite you to walk a country mile, in my boots. I live in the country on a 20-acre farm just down the road from the proposed development. The country roads are narrow and bumpy, and yes, we like them that way, and where there are still few enough passerbys that we can lift our hands from the steering wheel to wave. The pastures are lush, green, swaying in the country breezes, where cattle, horses, goats, and sheep happily graze. Pleasure horses are ridden down our roads, and cowboys, yes, real cowboys, are still seen on their horses, lassoing and driving cattle. These are the places that individuals coming from cities and suburbs long to see, and upon arriving, take a deep breath of fresh, crunchy air and find rest for their souls. These are the parts of Pasco County to which families take a Sunday drive to enjoy our scenic byways. Per Northeast Pasco Rural Protection Overlay, Section 604.1, this district's intent is to protect the character of the rural landscape, preserve scenic views and vistas, and ensure that on-site development is compatible with the character of the surrounding area. Pasco County has designated Lake Iola Road as a Northeast Pasco County Rural Residential Road for the purposes of protecting rural character. And according to FLU 2.3.3C, development proposals where access is limited only to rural residential roadways shall be considered unacceptable for uses of urban density or intensity. This is clearly a dense urban development and not characteristic of the surrounding areas. Also, the land in question is zoned ag and ag residential. Our county's zoning standards state that these zonings are, quote, to preserve the rural and open character of various lands, to allow the development of relatively large tracts of land to accommodate those individuals who desire a rural living environment, and to promote conservation of rural environment through limiting the intensity of development. I understand your desires to bring revenue to Pasco County, and I understand a man desires to further his business. However, the picture I painted for you of our tranquil Pasco countryside begs the question, is it possible to bring desired revenue to Pasco County without developing the Lake Iola RV condo resort? And is it possible for Mr. Amin, the landowner and developer, to further his business goals elsewhere in areas designated for this type of development. I'm simply here to ask each of you to say no to this resort and thus preserve our county's attractive countryside and our country way of life. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. That's the last person I had signed up.
Motion to receive and file. She hands something over.
Got a motion to receive and file and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion passed. I have no one else signed up at this time to speak. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak at this time?
I gotta get to this resolution. I gotta keep that.
I understand, but
So can
we're going to finish this public.
Do the resolutions?
We're going to do it right after this gentleman speaks. Or is there one more? Okay. Name and address for the clerk.
Yes, sir. My name is Mitchell Kobernick. I live at 5001 South Shore in Gulf Harbors. We've heard a couple of people come up and say that an ordinance to have golf courses maintained would be a good idea. This was referencing the links, but I also want to remind the board that there are other golf courses in that same situation. In my case, in Gulf Harbors, there's a golf course that's been defunct for over 10 to 15 years, and the owner has not been held accountable to maintain it. There are ordinances on the books for maintaining a perimeter already, but that's not enough to really deal with the issue of the entire golf course. So I would want to support that ordinance as well, trying to hold golf course owners, not just at the links, there are others as well. And I've also heard some talk about an initiative at the state level to create, to present a bill or a law, to form a law to have a statewide law to create some accountability for golf course owners as well. So this issue goes beyond just Pasco County. This is getting a lot more attention now. And Pasco County, by creating such an ordinance, can actually be perhaps a leader in this regard and not wait for the state to step in and mandate it for everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir. State your name and address for the clerk.
Ken Dabbs, 4617 Florimar Terrace, Newport Richey, Florida,
Okay.
which is Gulf Harbors. I'm going to start off saying I don't oppose dredging, but I don't support dredging. And the reason is I don't have any facts to base support or opposition on. What I do oppose is this waste of money by you folks. You paid over $38,000 for a Dewberry study. I don't know, I expect to find facts in a study. Go to page 6, and it says that the county now owns the Gulf Harbors Golf Course. You know, I can take any high schooler, put them on the internet, have them go to the tax collector's records, and pull up the proper owner for that. And you all know you don't own it. There's a lawsuit on it. So why would you pay $38,000 of these folks' money and my money for something that is just full of errors? And you say yourselves, I think it's Jack Mariano said recently, that the scope and things weren't well defined in the contract. Why? Who's putting out contracts here that doesn't know how to put out a contract? Why are they working here? We have a county attorney. What's he doing? Doesn't he review contracts? I'll tell you what the county attorney's office is doing. When I put in a public request, I have the assistant county attorney trying to block everything I put through. And I have friends that have the same problems. Maybe we could take some of that time and have the county attorney review some of these contracts. Like I said, I'm not against dredging because I don't have any data. You can't go by the Dewberry report. But somebody needs to pay for the Dewberry report, or you commissioners need to pay for it. But I don't think the taxpayers should be paying for something that's that full of holes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Mr. Chairman, can I comment on that real quick? Because the study that we did was a high level. It wasn't going into borings like we need to go. It wasn't talking into quantities specifically measured. That's all I said. We did for the money we spent, it was an economical survey to get us some ground one to make the next step.
All right, thank you. All right, that ends our public comment for today, and we will go into resolutions. Resolution 1.
If you are here for Community Planning Month, please step up to the podium. Okay. Resolution number 20-008, a resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, recognizing the month of October as Community Planning Month in Pasco. Whereas change is constant and affects all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, boroughs, townships, rural areas, and other places, and whereas community planning and plans can manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people work, live, and play. The goal of planning is to maximize the health, safety, and economic well-being for all residents. And whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of their community. And whereas the full benefits of planning requires public officials and citizens who understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation. And whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories. And whereas the American Planning Association and its professional institute, the American Institute of Certified Planners, endorsed National Community Planning Month as an opportunity to highlight the contributions sound planning and plan implementation make to the quality of our communities and environment. And whereas the celebration of National Community Planning Month gives us the opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of the members of the Planning Commission and other citizen planners who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of Pasco County. And whereas we recognize the many valuable contributions made by professional community and regional planners of Pasco County and extend our heartfelt thanks for the continued commitment to public service by these professionals. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, that said board hereby recognizes the month of October as Community Planning Month in Pasco County, done and resolved in regular session with a quorum present and voting this 22nd day of October 2019.
Okay. Motion?
Move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion passed. Welcome, Terry, and your group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Victoria's Pitos, Planning and Development Department Director. Thank you, and thank you to the Board of County Commissioners for the recognition of the good planning work happening in the county. Also, thank you to County Administrator Dan Biles and our Assistant County Administrator Don Rosenthal for their support. Every day, we also work with other planning agencies in the county like Community Development, PCPT, Project Management, Parks and Natural Resources, and there are many. And we're thankful to them as well as they participate and do great planning work on their own. I'd also like to share the recognition with the numerous citizen groups that work with us to help plan the county. Lastly, I'm very grateful for each of the members of the Planning and Development Department team, which are standing behind me here. All of them do really hard work each day in the face of great volume and challenging tasks. They are a dedicated and great team, really, and deserve this recognition as stewards of the county's planned future. So I thank you very much on their behalf.
Thank you. We appreciate everything each of you do, and look forward to a lot of great things in the future. So if you will, we can go down and have a picture with them and present the resolution. Okay? Yeah, they'll come up in front. I'll go down with this.
Thanks for everything. Appreciate it.
We need to kind of center.
Oh, yeah, hey, let us move this way a little bit, then we, there you go.
That's my best side.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right, Resolution 2.
Is Gina Humans here? And did I pronounce the last name correctly?
Humans.
Humans. Thank you. Okay.
That's mine.
Yes.
Yours, Mike.
Resolution number 20-004, resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, congratulating Gina Humans on her recognition as the first Florida Sheriff's Association Civilian of the Year and expressing gratitude for her work as a victim advocate. Whereas Gina Humans has worked for the Pasco County Sheriff's Office for 28 years. She joined the Victim Advocates Unit in 2005 and was promoted to Victim Advocate Supervisor in 2015. And whereas the Pasco County Sheriff's Office Victim Advocates Unit works closely with crime victims and family members to provide them with everything from emotional support, help filling out paperwork, explaining things to them, and even accompanying them to court when necessary. And whereas Gina Humans supervises the 6-member unit along with interns and volunteers with work with victims and family members in cases such as homicide, suicide, sexual assault, domestic violence, robbery, burglary, and crimes against the elderly. And whereas throughout her years of service, Gina Humans has been passionate, empathetic, and consistent in her hard work for the citizens of Pasco County and has received both statewide and local recognition for her efforts as a victim advocate. And whereas Gina Humans was recognized with the inaugural Florida Sheriff's Association Civilian of the Year Award in July of 2019, an award created to recognize exemplary service above self by a civilian employee in one of the 67 sheriff's offices in Florida. She was nominated by her peers in the Sheriff's Office command staff. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, that said board hereby congratulates Gina Humans on her recognition as the first Florida Sheriff's Association Civilian of the Year and expresses gratitude for her work as a victim advocate. Done and resolved in regular session with a quorum present and voting this 22nd day of October 2019.
Move approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Gina, this board wanted to recognize you for all of the great work you've done, but also recognize you for winning the award. So, I know your job can't be easy, and it takes in your team too. So it just takes somebody with a good heart and dedication to wanting to help others to do what you do every day. And my wife's a nurse, and she actually is on the crisis team for the school system. So I hear some of the things that her and her team have to go through at times too. And but without you and your team, let's just be honest. I mean, people wouldn't have that support. And it's so important. It's important work that you're doing. So we appreciate you, each and every one of us, and we also appreciate your team. So congratulations on your award.
Thank you.
We love awards in Pasco County, so it's very commendable of all the great things you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you as well. Thank you, Commissioner Moore, for sponsoring, and to the County Commission for approval of that. I'm very humbled and appreciative of this. I'm very thankful to Sheriff Naco and the command staff for their support of our unit and what it does, and to all the mentors I've had before. And I'd like to say a special thanks to the victims of Pasco County who have made me what I am today, and also my team. And to my lovely, passionate, amazing team, I am thankful to them too. Thank you very much.
Right. Before we go down, Ms. Humans, maybe talk a little bit about what you and your team do on a daily basis, because I understand what you do, but I think it's great for the public to recognize and understand what you do.
Absolutely. So we are on call 24/7, and we respond to all types of crimes as mentioned, homicides and suicides, and sexual assaults of children, adults, and where we provide crisis intervention at the scene. And then if it's a criminal case where there's an arrest made, we provide support throughout the entire process until the end and beyond, and throughout assessing the needs of the victims and their families. We also review police reports, and I think last year, we took care of about 3,800 cases, 3,800 victims minimum that, especially domestic violence as well. We assess their needs, we make contact with them, and kind of informational resources, referrals, and a good liaison between law enforcement and the courts. So, you know, people that unfortunately fall prey to victimization, especially for the first time, they don't know what happens. And we're always there. Chapter 960 of the Florida statute dictates that we go wherever they go, and whatever they need by law, that's what we do. So uphold the rights of victims constantly. So it's a beautiful
Advocate,
thing.
Case manager, mental health counselor,
Everything.
shoulder to cry
Yes.
on, all in one, right?
Yes, and plus we also make sure our members are taken care of too. For the hard calls, you know, it's interesting. They when the patrol or detectives use us, the victim advocates show up and they're like, oh, the world is great, you know, but they don't need anything. They're good. They have one another. But, you know, we make sure we check on them, you know, after especially heinous crimes or difficult calls, especially with children. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So
Welcome.
if we could go down as you know, the dais,
Okay.
and we will
Thank
present this to you. And
Thank you.
All these faces look different.
Halloween.
Oh, it's Halloween. You're all dressed up as somebody else.
Halloween. I forgot to leave the bag on.
Dressed up as Kathy Pearson today.
We actually provided multiple resolutions for everybody, so we'll take that too. Are you the husband? Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I figured you were just a party here.
Thank you so much. I'll give you a hug.
No, you stay, I'm just, like, a great guy.
My support staff, first line. Get in, girls.
Come on, y'all gotta, some more on this.
You want to move?
We can figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
We're big people, right?
You want to move this out of the way?
That's right.
Stay here for Bill Cronin's presentation. It'll be short. It's like 20, 30 slides, isn't it? It's huge. He skips. Oh, good.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you
Congratulations to your board,
again.
too.
Thank you so
Take care.
much.
Have a great one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Oh, wait.
Thank you.
Take care.
Where'd everybody go? I asked where everybody went. You can get back here.
Oh, yes.
All right, now time for Res 3.
Okay. Is anyone here for Friends of the Libraries?
You can book on it.
All of them.
Okay.
No, those are anyone know? Whose is that, Will? Is that yours, Will?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there they
Resolution,
come.
sorry, resolution number 20-005, a resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, proclaiming the week of October 20th through October 26th, 2019 as Friends of the Libraries Week in Pasco County. Whereas the Friends of Pasco County Library System, Inc. is a not-for-profit organization of citizens who share a passionate commitment to a strong public library system. The 7-branch specific Friends groups, along with the countywide Friends, strive to build a strong relationship between the Pasco County Library System and the community through volunteering, fundraising, and advocacy. And whereas the continued support of the Friends emphasizes the fact that our library system remains a cornerstone of the community it serves, while providing opportunities for all the engaged in the joy of lifelong learning and to connect with the thoughts and ideas of others from ages past to present. And whereas the Friends are dedicated volunteers who donate their time for the benefit of the libraries and residents throughout the county, the Friends understand that well-funded libraries ensure that our library system receives the resources it needs to succeed and grow with the demands of an evolving population. The Friends make programs such as Storytime, summer reading, arts, culture, and technology programs possible. And whereas Roz Fenton, president of the Friends of Pasco County Library System, Inc., along with all the Friends, work tirelessly to show their support for the library system and are vital members of our community. The Friends spent time advocating on behalf of the library system to help get the government obligation bond approved and continue to advocate throughout the Pasco Library's reimagined remodeling process. Through donations, the Friends are able to provide cultural and musical events at each of the library branches. The Friends continue to support the library system and the communities served by the library system. And whereas the Friends of Pasco County Library System, Inc. are always welcoming new members. Those wishing to become a friend of the library may contact their local branch to learn more. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, that said board hereby proclaims October 20th through October 26, 2019 as Friends of the Library Week in Pasco County, and urges everyone to join the Friends of the Library and thank them for all they do to make our library and community so much better. Done and resolved in regular session with the quorum present and voting this 22nd day of October 2019.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion passed. Mr. Wells.
Good morning. Good morning. Excited to be here. Thank you again for the referendum. I think it's going to be huge for us, and we're all proud to sit up here and talk about how we work together to restore the hours for the different programs that you all do. Quite frankly, for our youth, so they can stay out of trouble when they're out of school, not when the library's closed. When I first got elected, so it's neat to see us come so far, and thank you for everything you all do to help us and the entire library team. And I know Commissioner Moore talked about it a minute ago with the other group, but folks don't understand exactly what you do, and you do so much kind of behind the scenes, if you will, with the different programs for not only the youth, but seniors and so forth. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Of
course, yeah.
Thank you. I want to say, Friends of the Library, you guys are just absolutely awesome. Years ago, when we had the economy drop out, and Friends of the Library came to the East Pasco campus talking about libraries, how important they were, et cetera, and finding out that it wasn't a done deal, but it didn't look good for the Centennial Library. And we are reaching out to the community and grabbing over, I think, 3,400 signatures to say, look, we want to preserve all the libraries. We'll sacrifice hours if we have to try to make this work, and we struck a compromise. So what you did kept that library, which is still so vital to that area, was a great accomplishment. And I just want to thank the board for putting those library hours back in, because it's such a vital part of this community that when we could do it, we did it. And I want to thank all my board members for making that happen as well. But again, your leadership and your commitment to this was phenomenal.
Yeah, we certainly all appreciate everything that you. People don't realize what a difference you make in the citizens of Pasco County, their lives in library systems. If you look at the schedule that y'all carry in each and every library and different projects you got going on and programs you're teaching, it's not just children, it's mom and dad and families. So you're making a difference in Pasco County, all of our county, every day, and we appreciate that.
Okay.
I'll go down and
Mr. Chairman, just one
Would you like to say a few words? Yeah.
Real quick. if I could.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I know you
And we
have-
appreciate each one of you because you're volunteers. They're not getting paid to do what they do. They do it because they love it and they have a
Oh, yeah.
passion for it. And I've had conversations with so many of them, but so many amazing programs going on. And as you know, I'm a big fan of the libraries and spent a lot of time at the New River and then the one on Collier Parkway too, in the amount of programs like you mentioned that they have, the Makerspace and multiple other programs. When I was a kid, I would ride my bike, especially when I was in middle school, to the library, spent a lot of time there. It was just a great, fun place to go. And it was a safe place too, right? And that's important too, is reminding the children that they do have a safe place that they can go and participate in these programs. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
You go ahead and take a picture with him.
We
Oh, let her
appreciate your
speak
kind
first.
words. Roz Fenton, president of the Pasco County Library System Friends, would have been here. She's unable to be, so I'm here on her behalf. I'm Nola Branch, president of the Hudson Library Friends. I'm also speaking for the individual friends of the 7 different libraries because we all work individually as well as together. Pasco is fortunate in having a lot of library supporters and friends, and we thank the County Commission as friends and supporters, especially appreciating the fact that the Monday hours were restored now for all the libraries. As you know, the Friends of the Libraries provide funding for a wide range of programs and events for all ages. Examples ranging from a countywide concert series, very, very successful, a woodworking shop, a recording studio, a new test kitchen, lessons in language, ukulele, and yoga. There's quite a range. Social gatherings, reading enhancement programs. The list goes on, providing a full calendar of opportunities and possibilities for the community. And the Pasco County Library System's online services deliver exceptional information and resources to serve professional, educational, cultural, and entertainment purposes. And if you haven't done so, I hope that every one of you will go online and to the PascoLibraries.org, and discover all the opportunities there. Finally, Pasco's Library Friends have reached out into the community and partnered with the county school system, with Florida Orchestra, with the Supervisor of Elections, with the Suncoast Richey Theater and Richey Suncoast Community Orchestra, and other organizations to bring innovative cultural and artistic programming to the community as a whole for free. The Friends work closely with the library administration and its staff in supporting and building the relationship between the libraries and the communities they serve. And that's the key theme, isn't it? Community and libraries. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna
We'll
get
come down and
real
have a
quick.
picture.
Still use that.
Thank you all.
The reproduction of Gutenberg's press.
Hello, young lady. Long time no see. Hey, how are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. How are you doing? All right, sir. Good to see you. Hello, young lady. Again, long time no see.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Good.
Thank you, everybody. I have a cold. I don't want to share it with you.
Oh, that kind of pen. Okay. Here, you're on the side. Oh, you got to talk. All right. So, hey, gentlemen, so you're going to block Nikki. So go in there.
I'm going tiptoes. They were so concerning.
You're like 9 feet tall down there, it looks like. And Taco.
Go right back where we were.
Sure. Like Taco Fall down here. Some people understand that reference, but some don't. UCF, Celtics.
At least Dewey sees it. You see Dewey over there? No, but Dewey Decimal. He's here to take care of things. No card count. When we were a kid, you had to leaf through the,
Remember, your mics are live, by the way.
Thank you.
You're too young, you're like 5. You said you just want to read the articles, right? I'm looking for mom. Oh, man. Oh, man. So lonely. That's so bad.
Bob, we're listening to you. Everybody's listening to you. Now, so that everybody knows, we do have a time certain R2, but we can't have the time certain till we finish consent.
That's right.
And we have RS4 to do now, and then we have RS5, I believe, also. Okay?
Will Jim Hercock please come to the podium? Resolution number 20-007, a resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, commending James L. Hercock for 11 years of dedication to Pasco County and congratulating him on his retirement. Whereas James L. Hercock, Jim, has served Pasco County Utilities and the Public Infrastructure Branch with integrity and professionalism as the Environmental Compliance Specialist. And whereas Jim began his employment with the Pasco County on November 10th, 2008, in the role of Environmental Compliance Specialist for the Utilities Services Branch, now called Public Infrastructure Branch. And whereas Jim maintained a wonderful working relationship with various regulatory agencies and was instrumental in managing and closing consent orders. And whereas some of his notable accomplishments include reinforcing the development of the safety culture, he was the original member of the Pasco County Hazmat Team, and he established an efficient environmental compliance reporting process. And whereas during his tenure, Jim served as the branch's liaison with emergency management, and he worked tirelessly with other departments and the public during storms and other emergency events that impacted Pasco County. And whereas on October 31st, 2019, Jim will officially retire from Pasco County and will be dearly missed by his coworkers and the citizens he served. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, that said board hereby commends James Hercock for 11 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Pasco County, congratulates him on his retirement, and wishes him well in his future endeavors. Done and resolved in regular session with a quorum present and voting this 22nd day of October 2019.
Move approval.
Second?
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Welcome.
Thank you.
Jim, congratulations on your 11 years. I know since you've been here, as starting the stormwater utility, we've seen a lot of things change. You've been a big part of a lot of activity. It's really helped this county get through a lot of stormwater stuff and infrastructure improvements across the board. So greatly appreciate your service every step of the way. Would you like to say a couple of words?
Thank you. It's kind of ironic that I've had 2 great jobs in my life. Both of them, with 11 years each, military and, of course, Pasco. And I couldn't have made it through any of this without this group behind me. And the field workers out in the field that work every day, to help the county. And as you can see, the key reason these people are behind me is to see that I actually am retiring.
They can't believe it.
Well, they've been counting down. I haven't.
Was that because they wanted you to go, or?
There's no doubt they want me gone.
Oh, yeah.
But again, I appreciate working with them. They're a great group to work with. Your leadership is in the utilities factor, and that is great. So I can see the county moving forward with this group. So
yeah,
thank you. Well, thank you very much.
We certainly appreciate everything you've done for us while you've been here, and of course we appreciate your workers behind you too. So it's great.
Thank you.
All right, go down.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Okay.
I don't like. They don't want to close
All right, let's go down. Yeah, no. I don't have any questions. So go over.
Over lunch.
That's fine. Yeah. I said I don't have any meetings, so. I'll eat my lunch, great.
Now we're ready for RS5.
Okay, is anyone here for World Polio Day? Please come to the podium. Okay. Resolution number 20-006, a resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, proclaiming October 24th, 2019 as World Polio Day in Pasco County. Whereas the Rotary Club of Hudson and fellow Rotary Clubs of Pasco County are part of a global network of 1.2 million neighbors, friends, leaders, and problem solvers who unite and take action to create lasting change in communities across the globe. And whereas the Rotary motto, service above self, inspires members to provide humanitarian service, follow high ethical standards, and promote goodwill and peace in the world. And whereas in 1985, Rotary launched Polio Plus, and in 1988 helped establish the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, which today includes the World Health Organization, U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, UNICEF, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to immunize the children of the world against polio. And whereas polio cases have dropped 99.9% since 1988, and the world stands on the threshold of eradicating the disease. And whereas to date, Rotary has contributed more than 1.9 billion and countless volunteer hours to protecting more than 2.5 billion children in 122 countries. And whereas Rotary is working to raise an additional $50 million per year, which would be leveraged for maximum impact by an additional $1 million annually from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And whereas these efforts are providing much needed operational support, medical staff, laboratory equipment, and educational materials for health workers and parents. And whereas in addition, Rotary has played a major role in decisions by donor governments to contribute more than $8 billion to the effort. And whereas there are over 420 Rotary members and more than 7 clubs throughout Pasco County that sponsor service projects to address such critical issues as poverty, disease, hunger, literacy, and the environment in their local communities and abroad. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, that said board hereby proclaims October 24th, 2019 as World Polio Day in Pasco County and encourages all citizens to join us and Rotary International in the fight for a polio-free world. Done and resolved in regular session with a quorum present and voting this 22nd day of October 2019.
Move approval.
Got a motion and a second? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Motion passed. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Jemeth, for coming forward. And Rotary is such a special group, and eradicating polio is such a great cause. Would you like to talk a little bit more about it?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Oakley, and thank you, Commissioner Mariano, and the rest of the commissioner here for acknowledging October 24 as World Polio Day. on behalf of 1.2 million Rotarians around the world, I'm very excited to be here today to receive this wonderful proclamation and to also invite you to a very special luncheon that we have planned for this coming Thursday at our Rao Musunuru Enrichment Center in Hudson with Dr. Rao Musunuru talking about polio. And we are very proud as Rotarian, and I believe that many of you are Rotarian here in the room today, that along with Melinda and Bill Gates, we have been able to almost eradicate the disease. There is no need for this disease to take more lives of small children around the world. And today, it is only 24 cases in Pakistan and Afghanistan. In those two countries, it is that we have to finish the work that we started. And as soon as we eradicate this disease, we're going to move to the next one, which it is the Alzheimer's disease. So on behalf of the many Rotarians around the world, on behalf of the Rotary clubs here in Pasco County, we all do so much that I can be talking all day long, and I'm hungry. I need to go to lunch. So, and I know that everybody here needs to do that. So thank you very much. And for those of you that know me, you know that I had to end with the joke, and that was my joke today. So thank you, and keep helping us eradicate that crippling disease.
Thank you.
Hey, how are you? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. It's been a little while.
Give me some stories.
We can't talk about those things.
Yeah, you're right.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Where do we go?
How are you? Good to see you.
Great, good to see you. Yeah, you all know that I'm a joke and a hold that one.
That's a big guy.
You're in the right place. You see?
That's fine. I'll stand here. This is good.
Oh,
Okay.
are you
Will that work?
Move over.
You had that GQ lean going.
We're good.
Okay.
Somebody must be short.
What do you mean?
First, I don't know. She's getting way up and down on that.
Gemma.
That's Gemma's fault. These
These are my extras. The extra ones for the other class. Okay, perfect. I will bring those. Thank you, thank you very much.
Told you.
I'm on a diet.
Ever here.
It's liquid.
Liquid.
Okay, we have a special guest that's going to come forward right now. Mr. Mike Fasano, our tax collector, come forward. We're happy to see you.
Good morning. Good morning,
Yeah,
members.
check
Mike
to see.
Fasano, tax collector. I won't be but a few minutes. I'm here to bring you a check. We were successful in building or renovating, I apologize, our Gulf Harbors office on 19. If you have an opportunity to come and visit, it is a second to none in the States, and our customers love it. I know you will. Please stop by and take a look. We had budgeted $2.2 million. We were under budget on that, and I'm thankful to my staff who did a wonderful job. So I have a check for you today of $1,282,500. If I can present that to the clerk and sign my receipt, if you would.
I'd rather you.
Otherwise, my finance director will kill me.
I'd rather you give it to me, but that's okay. You can give it to the clerk.
After looking at your disclosure, you don't need it, Mr. Chairman.
That's not true.
So if I can do that, and I'll be on my way. Thank you very
All right,
much. God
thank
bless
you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Senator Fasano?
Yes, sir.
Thanh you so much.
Oh, thank you.
You're doing always a fantastic job. When my daughter Amber was down getting her license the other day, Senator Fasano's there checking people in. It was a pretty good thing.
I was in Wesley Chapel myself, and I walked up to the counter, and he's waiting
right
on
there,
me.
yeah?
So, pretty interesting.
And I kind of want to just take this out just from an email, Senator, that you sent about the PACE program. I don't know if you want to comment to that a little bit. I think it's a very serious issue that we may have to talk about later on committee reports.
Yes, I'd like to come back one day and chat with you. I want to thank Commissioner Moore for taking a lead as well on this issue. Let me give you a quick one. Handed to me today was from our consumer advocate, Samantha, who's done a wonderful job on following these PACE loans. And we had somebody that got a solar system, $61,000. $61,000 for a solar system. 25 years, they will eventually pay after 25 years for that solar system, $141,000. Now, anyone shows me that they're going to save any money in electricity over those years, $141,000 for a solar system, after paying the interest in 25 years. So I know Y-Green has come and talked to you. I know Michael Corcoran has come and talked to you, but I'll be there as well. And I want to thank you for at least listening and knowing that there's some issues out there and maybe wanting to address them sooner than later, okay?
Thank you.
Just
Mr. Moore?
Obviously, because of sunshine, and we
Yes.
haven't had this conversation yet.
That's correct.
But we have a draft ordinance we're working on together, and along with Tim and Andy, and that'll come to us, but we need to work through it first, and it has to go
Yes,
to
sir.
the county attorney's office, and then we will bring it to this board. So we're working on it now. I think we got it to you on Monday,
Yes, sir.
yesterday?
Yes,
It
sir.
got to us on Friday, right?
Right, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so we'll.
You
so
guys
we
have been
just so you
great.
know,
Yeah.
Commissioners, as I mentioned before, we're working on it, we just needed to wait for that to come through. And then
Sure,
get our heads
right.
together.
But I just want to thank everybody. God bless you all. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. As I said before, I have a time certain at 11:30, and if you'll notice, the clock's way past that. But it cannot happen until after we finish the consent section of our meeting, and we're going to start that now. The following items on consent I have pulled are C11, revise, C23, withdrawal, C33, withdrawal, C28, pull and revise, C29, pull and revise, C24, pull and revise, or discuss, excuse me. Okay? What's the pleasure of the board on the?
Approval of the remaining consent items.
Second.
Got a motion and second on the remaining items on consent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion passed. C11.
Good morning, David Engel, Office of Economic Growth. Before you today is a cooperative funding agreement for the economic incentives for two Class A office buildings. The revision before you is a updated file number on the promissory note.
Okay. Got a motion?
Move for approval, Mr. Vice.
Second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion passed. Thank you. C23 is withdrawn, C33 withdrawn, C28.
28. Mike Cook, sir, Pasco County Surveying and Mapping. Pull and revise the memo to add performance guarantee behind it.
Move for approval, Mr. Vice.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. C29.
C29, pull and revise, joinder and consent was provided to us at the last minute. The one that was inside was incorrect, so now we're truing it up.
Move for approval as revised.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. C24, pull and discuss.
That's mine.
It's yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Moore.
Thank you. So I just had a few questions, and I know Mr. Biles isn't here. I don't know, Mike, if you'll be able to answer this question, or somebody from the team, maybe Bob, I don't know. So I'm looking at what we're spending on FACT this year, which is $74,588. Can somebody explain to me what a one-time fee for the assessment of public awareness fund at a cost of $24,715 that we're making to FAC? Anybody? Do you know, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, I think that could be the fund where, last year when we had the state looking to push as far as a extra exemption, or I can't remember exactly what happened, but.
Push, I'm sorry, what?
I think there was trying to think of what the resolution was, or the amendment that was going to be on the ballot was, to kind of like hurt the county's sales tax, or property tax revenues.
Does staff have an answer for us?
Well, so I was, I talked very briefly with the county administrator this morning on this item, and like a lot of things that you pay into, these things take time to bear fruit. I can't speak specifically to that line item, Commissioner, but I will say that, FAC continues to, work and represent counties, fending off legislation that that would threaten home rule, as well as championing right now, currently in the upcoming session, public records exemptions. So it's kind of one of those things that we're a part of that helps advance the agendas of counties at the state level.
I'd like to ask if we get the right answer for us and let all of us know. So
Can I
yes,
go?
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many counties are members of FAC at this time? Do we know?
I think they have all 67.
67? I don't know what the average, do we know what Hillsboro's paying? Do we know what Pinellas is paying? Are they paying more than us for being larger counties?
Yeah, population based.
It is population based?
Everybody is.
'Cause I heard last year they were lowering,
Population.
possibly one of the counties was being lowered, for whatever reason.
They did shifting with the census, so they did get adjustment. If I could suggest, if you want, we can bring FAC down here and they can go through what the program was and what they're doing
But
for us.
it's on the agenda to be approved today. Do we have to pay this by next week? Or can this be tabled and continued till next meeting?
Hi, Stacy Ziegler, Purchasing Director. The invoice was for November the 1st. The money that you're talking about, the Public Awareness Fund, you can pay it in 2 installments, or you could have paid it in 3 installments, so you don't have to pay the full amount up front. We just assumed you'd want to go ahead and pay the full amount of it in one price. I mean, we could table it till the next one, but it is due for November the 1st.
So, this, just a concern. I mean, we're already paying $50,000 a year. If there's 67 counties, if I can probably do that in my head, but 50,000 times 60 would be $3 million, right? And then 7 times 5 is another 350, so $3,350,000. Possibly, I'm using it as an average. If every county paid 50, but there's a lot of larger counties that is going to FAC. That's a lot of money.
Is
So
that
we're
an
gonna pay
additional
another-
assessment?
The,
Is that 24 an
I can-
additional assessment?
Yes.
Yeah, so the memo that came from FAC, August 23rd of 2019 says, in addition, this invoice includes an amount for the Public Awareness Reserve Fund Special Assessment, which was approved by the board in November 2018, and that's the board of FAC. This assessment is population-based and can be paid in up to 3 annual installments. The Public Awareness Reserve Fund was originally created in 2006 and provides a dedicated funding source for statewide awareness and education issues, allowing the association to effectively respond to major initiatives facing counties. That was the memo that came with it, if that answers anything. for you.
Listen, I just have a little bit of issue, and we don't actually know where it's going and what it's going towards. And I'm sorry, let me continue real quick. We've had this discussion about lobbyists and things. We have an internal lobbyist that we decided to hire, and now we're obviously, in addition, paying them to lobby. Now we're paying this extra fee on top of what we normally pay, of $50,000 a year. I mean, I appreciate it. I know a lot of commissioners are involved. I don't get involved with FAC. That's just because I think we have enough that are involved already, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your
Which
involvement.
I guess I assume that we approved this in November of 2018. Is that correct?
Yeah, as a member of FAC, the county, yes, would have been involved and they would have approved it, yes.
But we don't necessarily have to pay it in a full term. We can pay over 3 years?
Yes, you can do installments for that fee. You can pay, I think it's 8,000 something a little for 3 years if you'd prefer to pay it in installments.
Yeah. So what's the privilege?
Mr. Chairman, if...
Yes, sir.
Since it is due November 1st, and your next meeting is after November 1st, perhaps we can bring this back this afternoon and have staff call FAC and see if they can get a better breakdown of that.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Makes sense.
That won't
I
affect
appreciate it.
our meeting session.
Well, you can bring this item back before you close for the day.
Okay,
If the
we'll do that.
information is present.
I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So that concludes the consent items, so we need to go to R2.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, can I, because there were additions and deletions to your regular agenda for this meeting, can I get you to move the emergency for all the regular items?
So moved. Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed.
Thank you.
Justin Grant, Public Infrastructure, Fiscal and Business Administration. I'll take a note from the woman presenting the polio deal, and I know everyone's hungry, so I'll try and be brief and to the point. We're here to do a supplemental resolution adopting the issuance of a water sewer refunding revenue bond for Series 2019, not to exceed $121 million. On June 27, 2019, RFP CA-19171 was solicited for a tax-exempt fixed-rate term loan at the lowest overall borrowing cost for a not-to-exceed amount of $121 million. RFP Committee and Purchasing recommended Bank of America, MA. The purpose of this loan is to refund all of the county's outstanding 2006 bonds, 2009A bonds, and 2009B bonds, also known as the Build America bonds. The refunding will result in a net NPV savings of $20.9 million over the instrument's life. The recommended action here is to approve the award and agreement for this RFP to Bank of America, NA. We need to approve the supplemental resolution adopting the issuance, authorize payment to the financial team for cost of issuance, authorize the chairman to execute the 2019 bond, escrow agreement, bond registrar, and paying agent agreement with the supplemental resolution at pre-closing, which will occur today after this meeting at the break, and authorize the Assistant County Administrator for Public Infrastructure to execute on behalf of the County Administrator various certificates at the pre-closing that are required by the lender to be relied upon by Bond Counsel. This transaction has been reviewed by PFM, our financial advisor, and BMO, our Bond Counsel, and is recommended.
Mr. Chairman, one more thing to
Okay.
Justin's presentation. So early, as one of the reasons that you had to deal with the consent agenda is item C37 on your consent agenda was amending and restating the master resolution that this resolution is part of.
Represents. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Moore?
I would assume the county attorney's office is comfortable with.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I move approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion passed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can we, if nobody has, does anybody have any place to be? You do?
I do. I told him I'm going to be 10 minutes late.
Can we get knock one of these out in 10 minutes?
One of what?
Well, we got people that are going to have to
Bill,
come back
can
in
you-
the afternoon
Can
and.
you knock that out in 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You good with that, Mr. Chairman? That way,
Which one is that now?
R1.
R1? All right, we'll do R1, but then we're going to break for lunch.
All right, thank you, Commissioners.
Lunch.
I'm hungry as well, too, and I will be lickety-split. So in the interest of time, since you all have both my presentations and the quarterly reports on behalf of the Pasco EDC for quarter 4 of 2019 fiscal year, we'll jump ahead to the update portion of the MOU, our agreement, and then also the summary portion of our Penny for Pasco contract, and then leave a couple minutes for Q&A. Before I do that, I just mentioned pipeline is full in terms of project activity. We're still doing well. Majority of it is in manufacturing. And this past year, we had a total of 12 wins of projects that located or expanded here in Pasco County. A lot more coming. I've talked to most of you individually about some of them in the pipeline, and I know CT is here. He'll probably want to ask me about some of those projects coming up, so I always kind of plant that seed for him. So skipping ahead to the updates as it relates to the MOU, I'll share with you that our strategic plan, we're in the midst of our next 3-year strategic plan. You remember the first one was from the years 16 to 19. We're finishing that up. It was called the WIN strategy. We've completed about 99% of all of that activity. Right now, we've got a group that is working, just had a retreat on a next 3-year plan called WIN 2.0, and we'll be revealing that on December 4th. I'll bring that back to you as well, too. We've got an economic forecast luncheon on the 20th of January. We're bringing an economist, and we're still doing our quarterly brown bag lunches, our lunch and learns for the general public to learn about what type of programs we offer to our companies and individuals here. As it relates to the Penny for Pasco, our Ready sites, and you all saw last time I brought you the video that we did for marketing for the Zephyr Hills Airport Ready site. We've now completed those same types of videos for each of the 4 that have already been evaluated, and we've got a 5th site that we've just evaluated. We'll be doing the same thing to market that, and then 2 more sites being assessed. So 3 years ago, we didn't have any sites that we could point to for a company to say, this is where we want you to locate. Now we have 4 that we're out there actively marketing. We've got a 5th one that we're preparing the marketing on, and 2 more in queue. This is all about making sure we've got the right soil conditions for growth in our community. The international program, over the last quarter, we had a foreign direct investment mission with our partners at Global Tampa Bay. That's the 3-county consortium with Hillsborough and Pinellas County. You know that it's been in the news lately. We've talked about the EDC, the Tampa Bay EDC, and the potential name change. I just want to remind everyone, we are still working together with those 3 counties as they're going through this. Tampa Bay is a great brand. We need to protect the brand throughout this process. I hope that we still do things together, but that brand belongs to everybody, not just Hillsborough County.
Right on.
Thanks.
Well said.
And the trade mission was to Brazil. I can share with you, Adams Arms from Pasco was with us on that mission, met with several military and police departments there about buying as they're changing their laws in Brazil related to gun ownership. Enhanced marketing, I mentioned the Ready sites and the maps are completed, the video's completed. If you haven't seen our website lately, go see it. It's going to knock your socks off. It's got a lot of active content in it, very easy to get around. I think it's something that is award-worthy in our industry this next year. Speaking of which, we just won an award for one of our industry snapshot pieces. So we did snapshots on our 6 targeted industries, and the International Economic Development Council just last week gave us a gold award for that for communities over 500,000 population. So that is a great recognition from our peers in our industry. It means we're on the right track and that our staff is doing the right thing. Smart Start, y'all were part of the kitchen incubator opening. I know Commissioner Oakley, Chairman Oakley was there as we cut the ribbon. And I just want to, again, reinforce our appreciation to a local company, Wellbuilt, who donated a lot of that equipment to make that happen. That incubator for Smart Start is solely focused on food entrepreneurship and working together with the county and University of Florida's Ag Extension program. We now have 8 facilitators for co-starters. That's the curriculum to help companies start up, and we can offer those courses throughout the county. We like to do those at our incubator, but if you've got a site where you've got a handful of companies that want to take the course, we can make that happen. And then lastly, our Pasco pipeline will be rebranded and launched later in November in this first quarter, and it'll be now called Pasco Workforce Connect. You'll be seeing more about that. We had our 2 Pasco 50 events over the summer in this last quarter, highly successful, getting lots of great feedback from the companies and a lot of interaction with the HR professionals, identifying exactly what's needed by them so that we can make sure our workforce is in alignment with our company needs. So with that, I'll stop, and if you have any questions, and again, you have the full presentations in your packets.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moore?
Quick comment. Just going back to what you stated previously, and you don't have to respond at all, but it is frustrating that the Tampa Hillsborough and Tampa/Hillsborough EDC did what they did with that name change, and it is a reminder that, you know, We all, yes, we want to work together, but it causes too much confusion in the marketplace.
Absolutely.
By far. Yes. Who's to say that Pasco couldn't change their name to the West Florida Economic Development Council or the Florida Economic Development Council? Yeah, we'd have every right to do that, but that would cause confusion in the marketplace. And it's my understanding that the city of Tampa is not too thrilled about the name change either, I don't think.
Yeah,
So-
if you look at the minutes from the meeting last week, you'll see that they actually sent a request from the chair, voted on unanimously, from the city to the Tampa EDC, requesting them to reconsider their name change.
So in my opinion, they did it to try to get an upper hand on the other counties. So let's just be honest.
Oh, yeah.
There's no denying it. That's what they did. So hopefully they'll listen to their city leaders that also fund their EDC and make a good decision.
Yeah.
So,
Well, they did that because we're doing such a great job here in Pasco County.
well, I think it has a lot to do with it, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah,
I know it has a lot to do with it.
I think it is important to mention, yeah, we do have, we have the assets, we have the land, we have the strong political leadership that's pro-business, we have the incentives. We've got a lot of good reason to want to be included in that. But again, that name, Tampa Bay, doesn't belong to just any one of us. It belongs to all of us, and that's a regional asset
Play
and
nice,
brand.
doesn't mean we have to, we're not, there's no rules that say we can't go in there and start swiping stuff. So if you want to play that way, it's me talking, nobody else. I'm not speaking for anybody else. I'm speaking for myself.
Well, we've been a better place for people to move to, and some of them have moved from the Tampa, Hillsborough area into our county. So
Amen.
been very good. So thank you for all you do and all your team does too.
Thank you again.
Great.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, Mr. Cronin,
Yes.
you've done a phenomenal job since coming along. I mean, this board is 100% with you every step of the way, so keep up the great work. I know you got some other great announcements coming up as well, so looking forward to seeing them all. Keep it going.
Thank you. And thank you all for your consideration and making time for me this morning.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before we break, I'd just like to say, I've got Meridian from the Pace Center for Girls. I got Christina in the audience. She'll be up here with me next meeting. And Diane, thanks for bringing them out. Appreciate it.
Okay, very good.
Sorry,
Welcome.
sit next to Jack. Just kidding.
Glad you're here.
Just kidding. It's
All
a
right,
joke.
all right, this time we're going to recess for lunch, and we have a bond meeting in the conference room. We'll start back at 1:30. No. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call back to order the Pasco County Board of County Commission meeting of October 22nd, 2019. I would like to remind everyone present to please silence all electronic devices. Now's the time for public hearings on ordinances and other issues coming before us. And to let you know, P3 will be heard with P13, so it'll be moved to where P13 is. So, okay? Because they got to be heard together. All right, we'll start with P1.
P1 was published in the Tampa Bay Times, September 13th, 2019.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. Item P1, this is the adoption hearing for this item. So today we're asking you to accept public comment and adopt the proposed ordinance amendments by roll call vote. As you recall, this item went through first reading on October 7th of 2019. It was presented to the horizontal roundtable and interested parties meeting on both August 21st, 2019 and September 11th, 2019. And the local planning agency found it consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommended approval to the Board of County Commissioners. I'll read the item, the ordinance title. So the ordinance is PDD 20-0004. It's an ordinance by the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners amending the Pasco County Land Development Code, Section 303.6, application submittal and acceptance, Section 303.7, application review, Section 402.1, zoning amendment Euclidean, Section 402.2, zoning amendment MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District, Section 402.3, conditional uses, Section 402.4, special exceptions, Section 403.1, preliminary development plan residential, Section 403.5, construction plans. Section 403.10, landscape plans, adding new section. Section 406.8, garden plan permits. Section 522.9, connected city MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District, Section 527, C3 Commercial Light Manufacturing District, Section 530 Community Gardens, Market Gardens, and Community Farms, Section 603 Connected City Stewardship District, Section 700 Subdivision and Planning Standards, Section 901.4 Substandard Roadway Analysis and Mitigation, Section 901.6 Street Design and Dedication, Section 901.9 Street Naming and Addressing, Section 902.2 Stormwater Management Requirements, Section 905.2 Landscaping and Buffering, Appendix A definitions, and other sections as necessary for internal consistency, providing for applicability, repealer, providing for severability, and inclusion into the Land Development Code and an effective date.
Okay. We have a sign-up sheet. No one signed up on the sign-up sheet? Okay.
No.
No one? So having no one signed up, is there anyone at the audience would like to speak to this item? Second. I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Roll call vote.
Oh, roll call vote. All right.
District 2, Commissioner Moore. District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Wells.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed.
Thank you.
Now we move on to P2.
P2 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on September 6, 2019.
Good afternoon, Amy Heiler with Planning and Development. Item P2 is the adoption hearing for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment in the name of Land O'Lakes Commercial CPAS 1905. I will read the ordinance into record. An ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map, map 2-15 and sheet 20, changing from Res 3, residential 3 dwelling units per gross acre, to COM commercial on approximately 6.2 acres of real property located at the northwest corner of Land O'Lakes Boulevard and Wisteria Loop, providing for repealer severability and an effective date. So the subject property is located in the central market area at the corner of Land O'Lakes Boulevard and Wisteria Loop. The proposed amendment is going from Res 3 to COM to address a conflicting zoning and allow for commercial uses. And this is the locator map for the future land use amendment. And it is consistent with policy FLU 1.5.2 and objective FLU 1.6 non-residential development. And with that, we recommend the Board of County Commissioners find the proposed amendment consistent and adopt by roll call vote. If you have any questions, I'm happy to help.
Sure. You have a question?
You want a question?
Yeah. Do we know what's going in there? Is there anything been proposed?
For now, it's just commercial development. There was discussion of a self-storage, but as of now, it's just commercial development.
Now you got me wanting to change my mind on this one.
Okay.
The applicant is here if you'd like to.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from the applicant. That's going to tell me he's not going to do self-storage. On 41, where I need a lot better things than self-storage on 41.
Good afternoon, David Bell, 85 Palm River Road, Tampa, Florida. Right now, I am working for a property owner that owns the center. There's 3 parcels that make up this application. The north parcel is already a retail office building that is fully developed. The southern parcel is a permitted office building with future out parcel in the rear. My client has considered self-storage, but nothing is certain at this time. But that is one of the items that is under discussion.
We put a, well, go ahead, another question. I got a thought.
Okay.
I'm not sure what kind of staff you meet with when you're going through this, but was any discussion given about the Orange Belt Trail that's coming up, proposed to come up right near there?
No, I've not been given any information about the Orange Belt Trail.
Commissioner Nectarios Pitos, Planning and Development. The Orange Belt Trail discussion wouldn't take place at the comprehensive plan level, as we're simply looking at the zoning and the land use consistency at this point.
Okay, but I think people should know, if they own property, that there's a proposed major trail going and that's why we have to hurry up and get that route study done.
So, Amy Heiler, I have put it in the actual agenda that there is a trail that abuts that property.
Okay.
It looks like it is a 2.66 mile long trail along Land O'Lakes in the name of US 41 Trail extending from Connerton Boulevard to Tower Road. That's what's
the
identified on the county's Greenway map.
The Orange Belt Trail starts in Trinity and it ends north of Dade City.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
goes along Tower and it follows the old railroad line corridor. So I just want it to be known that there's a very important trail in the county coming right along there, which should be an asset to your property, actually, but you just have to take that in mind as you start looking at the uses.
Understood.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Staff? I want to move forward because I want to see redevelopment in that area, but I don't want to see redevelopment as in storage facilities on Land O'Lakes Boulevard at 41. Where there's, that's really doesn't fit the vision for that portion of that area. And I think we would agree, and our team would agree, that's not the vision we have and the community has for that area. You probably know that we actually purchased a parcel, through Parks next to our, help me out here. I don't
This is the
rename it.
community park?
Yeah, so,
For the parking?
Heritage, what did we change it to again?
Heritage Park.
Thank you, Heritage Park. At one time, that was even slated possibly, people were looking at that possibly to be a storage facility. Thankfully, the owners of that property wanted, saw there was better use for the county and for the citizens to sell it to us at a rate much lower than they were probably looking at getting at one time. Right? I mean, that's kind of worked. I mean, I don't want to see a storage facility there. I've been
Sure.
very vocal about that.
Yeah, and
So you want to put a deed restriction on it?
I cannot answer that at this time. I don't think my
I'll say
client
move to
would.
continue or I deny.
I will say that I've met with staff and I've seen some of the designs they have for different places, and there is the possibility to have a storage unit in the back.
I know I worked on that.
Yeah, and then retail and office in the front.
We can, but that's not, we can't have that discussion now because they don't know what they're going forward with. But the discussion, you did state that that is something they're looking at.
so I'd
So
also
I'd love
like to
I'd love
know.
to meet with you and sit down and meet with you and your team. I'm happy to do it. So I'll make a motion to continue.
Sure. And
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Still public
can,
hearing.
you still got public hearing, and I will need the motion amended to provide for a date and time, or they're going to have to re-advertise.
A month. I mean, it can happen on either side because it's central. The meeting
Right.
could happen, I don't know what
Do
the, I don't know what a month
I
is
take
from
this
now.
motion before I have,
Finish up your public hearing.
okay.
Then
we'll come back to the motion.
We'll come back to the motion.
Okay. This is a public hearing. I do not have anyone signed up to speak. Is there anyone in the audience wish to speak to this item? Seeing no one.
Move to continue.
Back to the board.
Time and date certain, but I don't know what that date is. If somebody from the staff can tell me when the
It can
month
either-
from the commission meeting from a month
November
ago is.
Mr. Chairman. it
November
can-
5th is the next BCC.
Yeah, it can either be November 5th or November 19th.
19, I don't think the 5th is be conducive to us
Okay.
setting up a meeting. But happy to meet with you guys. I want to have that conversation about. the
Which
self-storage
date's the best
unit.
date to make sure
November
you don't have to
19th.
re-advertise?
November 19th. November 19th works.
November 19th?
So it would be a continuance to November 19th at 1:30 PM or as soon thereafter here in Newport Richey.
Thank you. That's the
Yep.
motion.
Go with the second.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 I
Opposed,
reluctantly.
like sign? Okay.
Well, it's just.
All right. It'll be continued to November 19th.
I'm okay when they have the stores and the office.
1:30.
They'd have-
We're going now to P4. P3 has been moved to P13. So we're on P4.
P4 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on September 27th, 2019.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Alexandra Laporte with Planning and Development. We're here to do two pieces of this. First, to vote for a 2-week extension of the temporary moratorium from 120 days to 134 days to allow for the continuance of the first hearing of the self-storage design standards ordinance to take place November 5th, 2019, at Dade City at 1:30 p.m., and then subsequently to hold the second public hearing and the adoption hearing at November 19, Board of County Commissioners hearing at 1:30 in Newport Richey.
Yeah, I
You
move to continue.
take public comment because you have an action item.
Okay. I don't have anyone signed up for this item. Does anyone in the audience wish to speak to P4? Seeing no one?
So move to continue.
Just move staff recommendation, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Second.
Staff
All right, I got a
recommends.
motion and a
Second.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed.
For the extension of the moratorium, and then we will then continue the first hearing of this item for the standards.
Right.
Why I had
the
them
staff
move staff
recommendations.
recommendation rather than trying to do it as individual parts. That would,
Okay.
your recommended motion was for both those items.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And I think, we're continuing this on, and this, storage, self-storage was just talked about. We really got to get that figured out before we approve any more self-storage. That would make sense, wouldn't it? So, something else to consider.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. P5?
P5 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on August 16th, 2019, and August 23rd, 2019.
Sorry, the continuance item, I just don't have the continuance date, so hopefully we'll get it from the audience. Item P5 is FAC 20-0018. It's a petition to vacate right-of-way, Long Lake Reserve Community Development District, and MI Homes of Tampa LLC, Leonard Road. And it's a continuance request. And it is to the November 19th, 2019 public hearing, Board of County Commissioners, 1:30 p.m. in Newport Richey. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Is anyone here? I have no one signed up. Anyone here to speak to P5? Seeing no one?
Move to continue time certain?
Oh, we need a motion?
Got a motion?
Second.
And a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passed.
And if we would please move on to P11, because that's a continuance item as well.
We can't.
Thank you. Item P11.
Published in the Tampa Bay Times, September 27th, 2009, published in the Tampa Bay Times, October 2nd, 2019.
Item P11 is PDD 20-0006. This is a Development of Regional Impact amendment to the development order. And this is a request to continue to November 5th, 2019 at 1:30 in Dade City.
Move to continue time certain.
This was advertised as an approval. If there's anybody in the audience who wishes to speak to this item.
Seeing anyone in the audience?
Seeing no one.
Move to continue. Time certain. As
Okay.
staff recommends.
Seeing no one? All right. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passed. We're back to P6, and if you want to,
There are two rezoning agendas, regular and consent. Staff will present each application to the Board of County Commissioners. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended approval and there is no opposition, the application will be considered by the board without further presentation. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended denial, or if there is opposition to the application, the applicant will be given 5 minutes for presentation. The opposition will be given 3 minutes for each individual or 5 minutes for a group representative, and the applicant will be given 3 minutes for rebuttal. Any individual disagreeing with staff or Planning Commission recommendation, or anyone wishing to object to any condition of the rezoning may, at this time, request the petition be pulled from the consent agenda, in which case that application will be heard under the regular agenda later on during the meeting. Otherwise, all rezoning applications on the consent agenda will be approved by a single motion and vote. If you wish to speak to any petition, please give your name and address and whether or not you've been sworn for the record. These are quasi-judicial public hearings. The law in Florida is that mere public support or opposition of an application is insufficient for this board to take action. Please limit your comments to those criteria found within the board's land development code. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you like to swear them in?
Madam Clerk?
Yes, if you're here to speak on any of the items to come to the board on public hearing, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in. Sorry about that. Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay. So item P6, publication.
It was published, item P6 was published in the Tampa Bay Times, September 27th, 2019.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. Item P6 is PDD 27438 in the name of Lace Land Trust. This is for a change in zoning from C1 Neighborhood Commercial District and RMH Mobile Home District to a C2 General Commercial District. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission and from the Planning and Development Department.
Okay. I have no one signed up to speak on this item. Is there anyone in the audience wish to speak against this item? Seeing no one, it remains on consent. P7, proof.
P7 was published in the Tampa Bay Times, September 6, 2019.
Item P7 is PDD 27439. It's a zoning amendment in the name of Summer Lake Villas MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District. It's for a substantial modification to amend the name to an existing MPUD from Sunset Bay Club to MPUD to Summer Lake Villas MPUD, to add 84 units within the existing structures to the already existing 144 units for a total of 228 multifamily units, and to amend the conditions of approval related to the proposed modifications. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions from the Planning and Development Department and from the Planning Commission.
Okay. I have no one signed up for this item. Is there anyone here to speak against this item? P7. Seeing no one, let it remain on consent and move to P8.
P8 was published in the Tampa Bay Times, September 27, 2019.
Item P8 is PDD 20CU01 in the name of VMR Development LLC Chipotle Mexican Grill for the sale of alcoholic beverages, beer and wine only, on-premises consumption in conjunction with the operation of a restaurant with outside seating and service of alcoholic beverages on a patio in a master plan unit development district. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions from the Planning and Development Department and from the Planning Commission.
I have no one signed up for this item on the list. Is anyone in the audience wish to speak against this item? Seeing no one, let it remain on consent. P9, proof.
P9 was published Tampa Bay Times, September 27, 2019.
Item P9 is PDD 20CU02. It's in the name of Trinity Hotel Group, LLC, Hampton Inn, Trinities, for the sale of alcoholic beverages, beer and wine only, on-premises consumption in conjunction with the operation of a hotel with outside seating and service on a pool deck in a master plan unit development district. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions from the Planning and Development Department and the Planning Commission.
Okay. I have no one signed up for this item. Does anyone in the audience wish to speak against this item? Seeing no one, let it remain on consent. P10, proof.
P10 was published Tampa Bay Times, September 27, 2019.
Item P10 is PDD 20CU05 in the name of Fern LLC. It's for multiple family dwellings in a C2 General Commercial District. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions from the Planning and Development Department and the Planning Commission.
Okay. I have no one signed up for this item. Anyone in the audience wish to speak against this item? Seeing no one, move on to P11. Proof?
You already did P11.
Consent.
Oh, we're done with P11. Okay. Move on to,
That's the,
Wait a minute.
appears to be the end of your consent agenda.
that's the end of the consent. All right. Pleasure of the board.
Move approval of the consent agenda?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion passed. P12.
P12 was published in the Tampa Bay Times, September 27, 2019.
Item P12 is PDD 20CU04. It's in the name of Trey LLC, Starkey Market, for the sale of alcoholic beverages, beer and wine only, on-premises consumption in conjunction with the operation of a produce market and U-Pick with outside seating and service of alcoholic beverages in a master plan unit development district. This comes to you with a recommendation from the Planning and Development Department and the Planning Commission of approval with conditions.
Okay. Have no one signed up for P12. Does anyone in the audience wish to speak to P12?
Seeing none, move for approval.
Second.
Mr. County Attorney, I must abstain from the vote.
That's why it's on regular.
Yep,
Yes.
just got to say that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Even if it hurts to say that.
Okay, Let the record show that Commissioner Starkey is abstaining from the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion passed.
Thank you.
P13, and I believe,
So you would hear P3 before,
P3,
before P13, because you got to take action on P3
Okay.
to have the property consistent with P13. But you could do a combined public hearing if you'd like, so long as you give the public opportunity to speak on both items.
Mr. County Attorney, with, of course, the board's consent, that would be our pleasure. We had requested 10 minutes for total presentation on both items, so I would prefer to have a joint hearing and opportunity for the public as well, to the extent there is anyone.
Okay.
okay. P3,
I'll give the publication
Yep.
for both items since we're doing combined.
yes.
Okay. Item P3 was published in the Tampa Bay Times, July 26, 2019, and item P13 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on August 16, 2019.
Amy Heiler again, Planning and Development. So item P3 is going to be a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment. This is the adoption hearing for that amendment. I will go ahead and read the ordinance into record. An ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use maps, map 2-15 and sheet 21, changing from Res 3 residential 3 dwelling units per gross acre to PD plan development on approximately 25.37 acres of real property located north of State Road 54, approximately 1,400 feet west of Cypress Creek Road, a text amendment creating subarea policy FLU 7.1.5 Aiken mixed-use subarea, and a map amendment to the future land use map 2-9, adding subarea map 2-950 Aiken mixed-use, providing for repeal or severability and an effective date. The project overview is changing from Res 3 to PD, plan development, and also creating subarea policy FLU 7.1.50. It's located in the South Market area and urban service areas north of State Road 54, approximately 1,400 feet west of Cypress Creek Road. And here's your aerial view identifying the subject property. This is the proposed amendment, future land use map, identifying the PD change. And comprehensive plan consistency, it is changing from Res 3 to PD to allow for an increase in density and intensity, as well as commercial uses. The proposed amendment is going for 280 units, is proposing 280 residential units, as well as 49,500 square feet of commercial. It is consistent with the following policies, being transitional land uses, South Market area establishment, hierarchy of access, interconnection of parking lots, bicycle facilities, and State Road 54-56 corridors of design standards. And with that, we recommend the board approve the amendment by roll call vote.
Go ahead and hear the other one.
And then do we want to do
If you're going to do a joint public hearing, then let's have staff's presentation on 13, and then we'll let the applicant do their 3 and 13.
Yeah, there are 3.
Good afternoon, Tammy Snyder, Planning and Development. Aiken MPUD, PDD 207393. The proposed development is located on the north side of State Road 54 between Collier Parkway and Wesley Chapel Boulevard, about 2 miles west of the I-75 State Road 54 interchange. The request is for rezoning from AC Agricultural District to an MPUD Master Planned Unit Development District for the development of 280 multiple family residential units and 49,500 square feet of commercial entitlements. And the property currently retains its original zoning district of agricultural. Here's the master plan. And the applicant is also seeking a corresponding comprehensive plan amendment, CPAL 19005, for a change in the future land use from Res 3 to PD plan development. The applicant proposes the main access of the subject property at the intersection of SR 54 and Oak Grove Boulevard, which is an existing signalized intersection. The site is approximately 25 acres of vacant, unimproved land, and of that, 19 acres is uplands, just over 6 acres are wetlands, and the applicant is proposing 14.7 dwelling units per developable acre for the 280 dwelling units. The proposed mixed-use development includes 49,500 square feet of commercial entitlements. Here's the surrounding zoning district's land uses. It's located in the South Market area and the urban service area, and the proposed request is consistent with the Land Development Code, Chapter 400, subsection 402.2, zoning amendment and PUD Master Plan Unit Development District, and with the applicable provisions of the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan. And with that, PDD recommends approval with conditions.
All right. This time we'll have the applicant come forward and use
Mr.
his
Chair-
short period of time.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, Hobby and Hobby PA, 109 North Brush Street, Tampa, Florida, have been sworn. While we may not have anybody here to object for reasons I'll discuss further in a minute, I do want to make a presentation for the benefit of the board, just to refresh everyone's memory about the purpose of the South Market area and what we're trying to do on this project. At the outset, I would note that I have already provided to the clerk, with the consent of the county attorney, the following documents that are going to be into the record. I've got the Urban Land Institute report from April 25, 2008, the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners Strategic Plan 2009 to 12, Ordinance number 10-12, adopted on August 10, 2010. Stipulated settlement agreement between the county and the Florida Department of Community Affairs, case number 10-9880GM from May 2011. Mobility fee ordinance, ordinance number 11-08, adopted in 2011. Several policies of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan, including 1.1.2, 8.1.2, Goal Flu 9, Objective 10.1, and Maps 218 and 223. And the last two I would point out are a market study, the first of which was from BBG Inc. and John Fabian Jr., who's a senior appraiser, dated October 21st, 2019. And the final matter that we want entered into the record is a letter of no objection from the Twin Lakes Subdivision Homeowners Association. So unless there's any objection, I would ask that the board receive and file those.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I have reviewed them with the exception of the last two documents that Mr. Hobby has indicated in his list. They are all your documents. They're, and I'm sure that Mr. Hobby in his presentation will weave into how they're relevant to this proceeding, but the weight in which you give them is your discretion during the proceeding, but I have no objection to them coming into the record.
Okay. So I need a motion to receive.
Move to receive and file.
All right, I got a motion. Second. On a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion passed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Taking it from there, so I think the board is aware, we've had other hearings on this matter, that my client and I have been working on this matter for roughly a year now. We've spent over 8 months alone working with the Twin Lakes Subdivision HOA, and thankfully, late last week, that concluded with them giving us a letter of no objection and support, which Kelly Love has, and I think I'm going to ask her to pass out to you all for your benefit. What you're seeing today before you is a quality mixed-use project spearheaded by the Spanos Corporation with a combination of three
Need a motion,
distinct.
excuse me.
Move to receive and file.
That you already
These
did
are already
that.
part
Is
of
that already
in the-
part of it?
yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thought it was
So,
something different.
over the last year, we've retooled this project.
Into the clerk. Into the clerk.
Oh, you want to go to the clerk?
She'll pass them out.
Over the last year, we've worked hard with the HOA and with your staff to create an even better project that creates three distinct parcels, two of which are retail and take advantage of the signal that is out in front of the light and the bus stop that's in front of the light at Oak Grove and 54. So we're right at an important activity node, if you will, along 54 and along the South Market area. We also, in working with your staff, created better interconnectivity by agreeing to build a long access road over to our western boundary. We took down the height of the proposed multifamily on the project from 4 to 3 stories, and we made a variety of other accessions to our neighbors, including creating a very large setback so that our neighbors won't get the feeling of having people looking down into their backyards from a multifamily project. As you know, the board already voted unanimously to transmit this project to DEO, and there were no objections. I wanted to point out a couple of things before I have Kelly Love speak about this. This board set in motion over 10 years ago a course of action for the South Market area that told us, based on the 2008 ULI report, that we were supposed to be creating sophisticated residential development with density and quality and design and materials in the South Market area, and that the area was supposed to include higher density mixed-use development that was clustered around existing arterial roadways, which is what we're doing here. Subsequently, you all adopted a strategic plan in 2009, which was a 3-year period, that says specifically that the county should prioritize significant multifamily workforce housing in the Gateway Corridor in 54 and 56. You subsequently adopted the comp plan and then entered into a stipulated settlement agreement with DCA for the creation of our urban service area. And that was based on several things happening. The first and most important thing is we're not going to spread our density out like peanut butter. We're going to create a true urbanized, higher density area along the South Market area in particular, but including the entirety of the urban service area. And those were specific conditions upon which DCA, then DCA, approved the urban service area. Subsequently, you adopted the mobility fee ordinance, which totally implements that vision and is critical to its success. And that's why we have the mobility fees we have today, in part is because the density we're creating in the urban service area is needed to support the transit around which mobility fees were based. As a result of that, you won several awards from the Regional Planning Council for the creation of our plan and doing exactly what we did with the market areas, including creating the South Market area. I'm going to come back in just 1 minute, but I'm going to ask Kelly Love to give a very brief summary of the land use considerations here.
Kelly Love, Director of Entitlement Planning, Clearview Land Design, 3010 West Azeel, Tampa, Florida, 33609. I have been sworn. I'm going to just quickly reiterate some of the policies and land use goals and objectives that Pasco County has set forth for this area. The project is located in the urban service area. The project is located in the urban concentration area. The project is located in the Pasco Transit Emphasis Corridor, the South Market area, and the comprehensive plan targets all of these future growths to be located and concentrated in these areas. The plan is for the South Market area to evolve from a suburban bedroom community development pattern with inefficient utilization of land to one which incorporates verticality, density, and urban form. I like that. I got that from your website. The Aiken mixed-use amendments before you today contribute to this land use evolution, and it is. It's incremental, and we're trying to put the density, the mixed use, and the connectivity in an infill development, which has transit right at its front door. The amendments are consistent with policy FLU 812 South Market. The mission for the South Market is to create high-density, compact, and mixed-use locations and maximize transportation opportunities. It's consistent with goal future land use urban concentration areas, which is supposed to be a focal point of development in this county, creating live, work, and play environments to attract high-quality development. This is a high-quality development, and the mix of uses and amenities in this project creates such an environment. The location of this Aiken project and these amendments, it does not result in premature or poorly planned conversion of rural land to other uses. It's not located in a highly sensitive environmental or ecological corridor area. And most important, the densities maximize the use of existing public facilities along the arterial roadway and transit facilities. The project is consistent with Objective Flu 9.1 development location, which states 80% of new infill development in the county shall occur in the urban concentration area. 50% of all residential and 60% of commercial in the urban service area should be in this area. The project is characterized as infill. There is an existing bus route at its front door. It's about a mile west of the Cypress Creek Town Center and a half mile to a transit center overlay. On the south side, there's numerous retail, commercial, and medical office and restaurants right across the street. To the west, there is a vacant parcel. It already has C2 zoning, though, and an ROR future land use, which is even a higher future land use than the adjacent Res 9 future land use with the Twin Lakes subdivision. The amendments are also consistent with policy 1.4.3 transitional land uses that state a PD plan development future land use is compatible with surrounding future land uses. As Clark mentioned, we've worked very hard to have it be a compatible design with the northwest existing Twin Lakes subdivision. Through building placement and maximum height of a building of 48, we had reduced it from 4 stories to 3 stories. We have a minimum building setback of 75 foot from the properties with the single-family homes. And we have a vehicle interconnect to the east and west, which will provide neighboring properties to gain access to the signalized intersection at the project entrance. In summary, the amendments before you are consistent with the comprehensive plan and the growth strategy of Pasco County. The smart growth buzz terms of mixed use, density, walkability, live, work, play. As a planner, I know they're easy to throw around, but implementation is the difficult part. We've worked very hard to have these amendments before you result in higher density, compact development within a mixed-use community, and that's a good thing. We believe it's consistent with the mission and the goals of the South Market area. Thanks.
Thank you.
Quickly to wrap up, Mr. Chairman, I think you can hear that we're fulfilling the mission of the South Market area and the urban service area, and we're providing the high-density, compact, and mixed-use development that's supposed to be occurring, and we got the consent of the adjacent homeowners, and we did that by working hard. But also, lest there be any concern that there's an overabundance of multifamily in this area, we had a market study done that concludes, and is in the record now, that there is a shown continued additional demand for apartments in the immediate area, that vacancy rates are low, that the projects that are being built now are stabilizing in 10 to 24 months, which is typical and an indicator of a healthy market. Rents are trending upward, averaging 2.8 increases annually. And one final thing that I wanted to be sure as a long-term Pasco County stakeholder, our overall renter percentage ownership compared to other suburban or urbanized areas is very low. We're at roughly 22.5%. Manatee is at 27.8%. Hillsborough is at 40%. So we are way below everyone else. We're in a healthy market. There's a demand here. We got a great project. We got a great builder. So I thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone to speak against, was it 2 and 3?
3 and
B13.
Any comment on public hearing item number 3 or public hearing item number 13?
Anyone here to speak?
I will.
Gotta
Let's
wait.
close public comment first.
Yeah. Seeing no one, that closes public comment on this item. Does the board have,
Yes, thank you.
have some comments?
I do, thanks.
Okay.
Terry, can you start with the map that we worked on? Can we put that up? So, it's no secret about my disdain for the amount of apartment complexes that are going up along the 54, 56 corridor, especially east of Collier Parkway up to Bruce B. Downs. And this is a general statement. I've said it many a times. And I appreciate the team meeting with me. The gentleman from Aiken met with me about 6, 8 months ago. He knows that I said at that time I would not be supportive, but he still came back. That you have the right to do that. But I did say that from the start. My concern is that what this board is doing and continuing to do, along with what previous staff members have done with the South Market area, is you're gonna, how can I put it, be very disappointed 10, 15, 20 years down the road. Within a 5-mile radius, here's the apartment complexes you have in that area. Altus at Wiregrass, Park at Lexington Oaks, Land Tower, Alto at Terrabella, Bonterra Apartments, Delaney at Cypress Creek, Lakes at Collier Commons, Tapestry at Cypress Creek, Windsor Club at Seven Oaks, Cypress Groves, Drexel Court, Enclave at Wesley Chapel, Montclair Willow Lake, and then Altus at Grand Cypress. I think that might have been doubled up. Nope. There's Altus at Wiregrass, there's Altus at Grand Cypress. Those are the current apartment complexes in that area already. And if you listen to your citizens like I do that live in that area, and the business owners that live in that area, they're sick and tired of apartments on 54 and 56. It's a fact. I hear it all the time. So what we're doing is we're basically building a skyline of apartment complexes along that little small corridor. So when people come to Pasco County off 56th Street, that's what they see, running up and down 56. In that portion of 54 is apartment complexes. So if you want to be if you wanted to be the first thing that people see when they come to Pasco County is rows of apartments, then so be it. That's what we'll have. And we'll have it 10, 15, or 20, 25 years down the road. Now, the market might be good right now, but you're saturating the market in this one small section. This county's big. It's a very large county. I approved an apartment complex on consent today because I felt it was in the right area and there's a need there, and I understand that. But if we keep putting up in this area, you're going to pay for it. You will pay for it. Eventually, look at what happened with Brandon. I don't know if we look at those areas, at least I do, and you look at some of the places in New Tampa and what's happened in those apartment complexes in the past, when the market isn't strong, you're going to pay for it. And that's what's going to happen. So, again, and this isn't, listen, I don't knock a developer from trying to come in and build an apartment complex. I get it. You're doing it. But we need to look at our comprehensive plan and our policies in the South Market area. As a commission, as a board, and as a team, we got to look closer at this. Mudroom, I know why Mudroom went in front of this board the week before I came on the commission, or 2 weeks before I came on the commission, because they knew I wasn't going to approve it. So what does mudroom cost, for example? Mudroom's good in certain areas. It causes density, and without building apartment complexes, you don't get that density. Am I correct? Typically, you're not going to get the density if you don't build apartment complexes.
Well, there's a number of factors that.
But that's a big part of it.
Yes,
It's a very large
mudroom attempts to
Yeah.
bring densities together.
So lots of times, so in our South Market area, in our comp plan, we're almost forcing, in a way, some of these developers to build apartment complexes. In a way. And this is before your time, Terry. I'm talking about the past, But I think as a commission, we need to relook at that. Honestly, do we look, when we get off 56 and 75, do we look at it? Do we look driving up and down the road? Then what we're also doing is we're taking away job-creating sites. This is prime real estate for office and other job-creating sites, or other job-creating users. And we're pulling that away, just because it's easy to develop, i.e. apartment complexes, along that area. So, so on this map right here in front of us, you can see which ones are already developed. And I just named them all off. That's in a 5-mile radius. But
I can explain the
yeah,
map.
please, because look at the entitlements. So what you're forgetting too, so we're rezoning to allow MF, but look how many entitlements are already there. When's enough? When is it enough?
Sure. So the map that's on the overhead right now, what it's showing is basically within a 5-mile radius of the subject project here, which is in red here at the center. Let's see if I can point it out. Right there. Within a 5-mile radius of the subject property, it's indicating all of the zoning districts that carry or that can carry multifamily entitlements. And so what we've identified is MF1 zoning districts in in the light orange or beige color, MF2s in the brown color. And then MPUD zoning districts are essentially this lighter beige all around here. So you can see there's a lot of MPUDs within the Wesley Chapel area. And then, of course, you have the C2 general commercial districts, which have the ability to host multifamily as a conditional use within that zoning. And as a backdrop to all of that, the map is showing the relationship of these zoning districts to single-family residential areas, which are in yellow. If I go forward to the next map here, this map is showing the built multifamily apartment developments that Commissioner Moore was referencing. Here you can see the frequency with which these developments are happening in the 5-mile radius of the subject site. So while the previous map was showing all of the zoning districts that have the various entitlements, this map is showing where the entitlements are actually being activated currently. Now, there are some MPUDs that are in process and or under construction that may have not been captured.
Right.
Related to our analysis. It's not in our GIS system yet, where it's not showing up on Google Earth.
So Terry, I have 13 here, and there's more that you spoke of.
There's more in the pipeline right now?
More in the pipeline, and there's I know at least one missing off that list, off this list here too.
Here's that list that the commissioner was referring to.
So that's 13. There's at least one missing off that list, and that doesn't include the ones that are, like Terry mentioned, are in the pipeline too. Again, and then look at all the entitlements that are surrounded. I mean, I'm just asking the question. I would love this board to answer my question and say, when is enough enough? And are you okay with all the entitlements there? Are you okay with them building apartments on every one of these parcels? Because you're going to end up with 40 or 50 different complexes along there when it's all said and done in that area, in that 5-mile radius, if they were to build on that. Is that what I mean, I'm just asking, is that what we want? I mean, I'm out here safeguarding my district. If you want to invite them in, bring them in. But I'm listening to my residents, I'm listening to the business owners.
All right, Terry.
I can provide a little bit more clarification just so that we fully understand the implications of this particular map here. In the map here, we have about 15 MF1 zoning districts, 9 MF2 zoning districts, 8 MPUDs, and about 309 C2. Now, I think that number is kind of large because it's measuring parcel by parcel. But in any event, there's a lot of C2 going on. Even though all of these zoning districts will carry multifamily entitlements in some way, shape, or form, it should be noted that the future land use classifications often temper the density capabilities of the zoning districts. So, for example, in MF1, the maximum density allowable is 12 dwelling units per gross acre. But as far as we could do our research in the last couple of days here, there are no MF1s in Res 12. All of them are basically capped in Res 9 or Res 6. So what that means is that if you do an MF1 and you have a Res 9 future land use, you're capped at that 9 dwelling units per acre. You can't achieve the 12 dwelling units per acre.
Not going to increase the numbers.
Yeah, same thing can happen with MF2. With regard to C2, often if C2 is in a COM future land use, it will essentially negate the conditional use capability to do multifamily in that zoning district because COM doesn't allow for residential. But if the C2 is located in an ROR future land use category, that ROR carries with it the ability to do 24 dwelling units per gross acre. So that's where oftentimes you'll see a C2 zoning district with a conditional use for multifamily residential that will follow an MF2 standard or an MF3 standard even, which are higher densities.
Well, we're looking at this, and planning is very important. You think we need to revisit these issues and look at this in a workshop in the near future so that we're all on the same page when you all talk and understand what's going on?
When you really look at the comprehensive plan of the policies of the South Market area?
Well, there is
be a good idea.
Hmm?
Probably be a good idea to do that.
Yeah, I just think so everybody's on the same page.
What were you going to say, Terry?
Do the right thing in planning.
So we have a live task still that we're working on related. The Board of County Commissioners asked for us to take a look at this, I believe. It was in May, and then previous to that, it was right around this time of year, I believe, last November or December. It's still October, anyway. Where the board asked us to look at the multifamily question. I think, which is what you're talking about, Commissioner Oakley.
Yeah.
So there is that, and then we have been looking at that, and we've actually begun that analysis. But a workshop would be something that I think would be useful to the board to understand the relationship, because the last thing that I was going to mention is that within the MPUDs, when they do carry residential entitlements, they're often accompanied by what are known as the land use equivalency matrices, the LUMs, which enable trade-offs in entitlements. And it's there to begin to establish certain expectations of what kind of development can take place with the MPUD and where it can happen within that MPUD. But that's also a critical factor in determining how density lays out within an area.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask, I want to ask the board a question, okay? It's not really related to this project, but if this were, you know where I'm voting, it's not hard to figure that out. But if the rest of the board does allow this to go through today, would you be willing, after here's some of the statements I've made and what Terry made, and that we've been waiting for over a year to take a good look at this, would you be willing to give that area in almost a temporary moratorium from Coyer Parkway to Bruce B. Downs and put future rezonings that have multifamily on hold, and I'm talking about just along that corridor, until we can work through this?
Well, I don't think that's what we're
Ms.
here
Starkey.
to discuss today.
But I'm asking the question.
Pretty drastic. I think.
Well, I mean, you want to keep putting them up there. I mean, it looks like,
I think those of us who have been here a long time recall very few options if you needed to live in an apartment. I think there were some over there on, is it Congress? Over by when you go to Ridgewood? And then the rest were just junk. And so, yes, we've seen a lot of apartment buildings going up, but they serve a purpose and they were needed. My daughter lives in one of these, and she had to have a minimum salary of $42,000 to qualify for her one-bedroom apartment. These are not. Most of these are pretty darn nice, and there are a lot of people who are downsizing and wanting to live in a rental kind of community. So it may be one day we see some of these convert to condos, but I don't think we're at that saturation point yet. And we purposely put density on the 54 corridor to save us from sprawl, right? And to allow one day to support transit. So you're seeing all this density here because the market needs it. We have 100 people moving to Pasco a day. Where are they supposed to live? I do agree that at one point, and I don't mind taking a look at it to see what is that right number, but I think you're reacting to seeing a lot of these new projects come up, and since we don't have that many roads, they're just so visible right now on 54. I know in Starkey Ranch, they had entitlement to a lot more units, and they left thousands of units on the table. They didn't build all of them. Yeah. And so when you see all these, and they may have the ability to build a lot, most of the time they never come close to the number of units they're entitled to. So that's a little misleading. I think we're serving a purpose here to have these multifamily. Not everyone can afford these houses anymore. And I know seeing families living in my daughter's apartment, their choices are to live in one of these apartments or go rent a house on Holiday. And if you're a single mom with a couple of kids, that isn't where you want to be. So in some of those neighborhoods,
right.
We're working to clean that up. But so I think we're serving a public need here, and I've been trying to send you guys stuff on workforce housing. This is a national crisis, a national crisis.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, just to Commissioner Starkey's statement about not enough inventory, people can't afford renting a home. So let me give you some examples of home rentals in that area.
Let's wrap it up shortly. 'cause
No, I'm not going to wrap it up.
things to do.
I'll stay here all day. I
Okay.
mean, this is an important
I
issue we're
understand, but
talking
we
about.
we got an action item here.
And I understand that. And I do have to be somewhere at 5:30, but if I have to be here till 5:30, I'll skip it. 1,825 a month, 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 2,000 square foot, 1,200 a month. 2-bedroom, 1.5-bath townhome, 1,200 square foot, $1,500 a month, 2.5 home, 1,800 square foot, 1,275, 2.5 townhome. I can keep going and going and going. I do my due diligence. I know what I'm saying when I sit up here and talk. There's plenty of rental homes that are available in that area. I ask you to do that research and look. There's plenty available right now. And when it comes to things like, Section 8 homes and things like that, there's a lot of Section 8 homes, too, that are very affordable in that area.
Mr. Wells?
If I could, and Commissioner Moore, some things that we will agree on is, the mudroom before we got elected. I remember it very clearly. You talk about the comp plan and our policies. There are policies. I'm absolutely in agreement that we need to relook at changing some things. And, but ultimately, these are our policies. You look at this project, I know you talked about job creator. Part of it's going to be creating jobs. The frontage is going to be retail. And I don't disagree with you. There's some multifamily on 54 that does not look good. It's right there on frontage. It does not look good. This, I've seen the way it looks. It looks totally different. In my opinion, this is a project. And, quite frankly, you voted to get it to where it is today. But I don't disagree. I think as a board, we need to relook at these things and work together. But again, I've said it once and I'll say it again. I think the market decides, not us. I think we're walking a fine line if we talk about doing moratoriums like we did on, the storage things. But again, I think as a board, there's some things we can do. But again, this is our plan. This is consistent with our goals. And when I say ours, the board's goals. This isn't, and I'm with you, Commissioner. I don't disagree. But I think staff's going to tell you that, it's obviously they want approval. It's consistent. We need multifamily out there. And again, I think it's a good project, so I'm in favor of it.
Well,
Mr. Mariano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's definitely said that millennials nowadays, they don't want generally the same single-family home. They're trying to figure out what they want to go do until they get to that point. But being the largest population segment, they're going to switch to regular homes coming up. I will tell you, as we looked at this to try to put the density on there, we were trying to avoid sprawl. Do I think that we're getting what we thought we'd get? I'll say no. These apartments that I see, there's way too many of them. And I think for different market reasons, different financeability options that are out there, that it's just happens to be a niche that right now these guys can take these things, build them, flip them, and go. I would much rather see us take another look at this, because to me, condos out there would be a lot better. Fee simple townhomes would be a lot better than just straight apartments. I want people vested in the community. That's what we find is going to be the best in the long term. So right now, I mean, we're subsidizing these units, all these apartments, by $200 a unit. Why are we doing that? I brought that up before.
I was with you.
I think we need to go bring that. That's part of the change in the conversation. I don't think I think we do this very quickly as well. When I look like in front of Bexley, when I see the gas station in front there, not what we talked about whatsoever. When I look at some of the other projects that have come in, it's still not getting what we want. So do I think it's time to relook at this? I do. Do I still think we need the density there? I do, but I think we do better with the quality. But for this project right here, I don't know.
Terry, what I'm hearing here, we need to relook at this at a workshop.
Yes.
And so it give you better direction, because the direction after the fact, and we've all been agreeing, and this is our plan for the future that we've already set aside.
Right.
We need to do what's right, and then look at it and see if it does need to be changed or if it needs to be the same. So I think that's something we need to have in a workshop so we can all sit down and really talk it out.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate everybody's statements, and, just with Commissioner Wells about it letting it get this far. Well, you had to let it go that far because you didn't know we don't know what project they were going to do. You can't deny somebody having that amendment, not knowing if they're going to do apartments or if they're going to do retail, commercial, whatever. So that has to go through. There's no mechanism really in my mind to not support that part going forward. And I appreciate your statements about looking at this further, but I just, I would love to have I would love a commitment that we're actually going to move forward with that and look closer
I think that's what we got here today.
and schedule that workshop.
No, I agree, absolutely.
You know,
We agree.
you know, and I appreciate, you know, and we talked about the mudroom thing, and, you know, I know it's not, some of that isn't turning out the way it's done. And as you know, when we had somebody else that was in charge of planning and development at one time, did some great stuff, but I think this is where some things got off.
Okay.
Well, now I'm going to keep going for a second. I'm sorry.
Wait.
Robert,
Just signaling.
the course. Come on.
Heard you
We're
much.
scheduled to be here. Of course, and, and the thought was with mudroom and things that you would have transit there. Well, we went forward with those projects before there was any plans for transit. So that was not good timing, you know? So again, now we're paying for it. We really are. And I will say, if you do talk, to the residents, and you talk to the business owners in that area and listen to what they think. Listen to what they say about all the apartment complexes. They don't have a problem staffing their retail establishments in that area. They're fine. There's plenty of people out there that are working. You don't need to draw more in the apartments because that's the workforce you think you need in that area. I would 1,000% disagree, because I know for a fact I got people looking all the time. My daughter's 16 years old and even wanted to get another job, and nobody's even hiring in all those new places. They're full. They're full.
Okay.
So there's not a shortage of workers in that area that want to work at the mall. There's just not. So that one, and if you look at the Raymond James study that I provided everybody 2 years back, they're a pretty reputable company. You might want to take a look at that if you kept it, because I disagree with some of the statements that were made. In addition, saying that 90% or whatever the occupancy rates are high. I told you before a few months ago that I did my own secret shopper in my office, and that's not true. Because every place I called except for one would have got me into the 2-bedroom, 2-bath the next day. The next day. One couldn't. I had to wait a week and a half if I wanted to get in. So now they're building more. So that's changed.
Terry had something to add?
Sure. Right, there are a number of comprehensive plan amendments, or comprehensive plan policies, that we could talk about at a workshop. So you guys have a good idea and a good picture of what the comprehensive plan is saying as it relates to the concentration of densities. So from what I'm understanding right now is that the Board of County Commissioners is looking to do a workshop on multifamily to understand what's happening. The thing that I want to point out, however, is when we talk about mudroom and the direction that mudroom sends development, I think it's important to underline that mudroom is an incentive form. It's voluntary. It's developers they're not compelled to do mudroom. They volunteer to pick up a development type in order to achieve two types of big incentives. One is a mobility fee incentive, which gives you, I think, a 25% discount on your mobility fees. And then the other is additional allowances as it relates to the VC ratio, with regard to your traffic impacts on the transportation network. And the reason why that's really big, and the reason why some developers choose to do that, is because if they can focus and create their create the mixed-use nodes known as the compact development areas, if they can fill those with a mix of uses, then the theory is that there'll be a higher rate of internal capture within the development. People won't be leaving the development to go shopping. They can walk or bike or whatever to the compact development area.
It's not worked out that way. We know it hasn't. Go up
Well,
and down. I mean,
yeah.
it hasn't worked out.
Most mudroom projects, I think Commissioner Moore, most mudroom projects are currently under development, so that the theory hasn't been proved out fully since they're still building them. The ordinance is fairly new. I think it was 2012-ish or 2013, somewhere around there.
I think it's 2013.
Yeah, so if you think about the timeline it takes to build development, what we're seeing built out in the field today were approvals that occurred in 2014, 2015, and so on.
Okay.
So-
Turkey Ranch is a good example. I
Yes.
mean,
Yeah, it's a leading example, if you will, of modern.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that one's-
Okay,
Well, one last name and that's it.
I got enough time.
But we do.
I want to say something.
So you mentioned, I forgot what commissioner it was, that we talked, talked about at our mobility fee workshop. We didn't have the full support of, yeah, okay, Commissioner Mariano, of de-incentivizing apartments. Or do we not at least agree on that? We're at the point where we don't need to incentivize apartment complexes to be built? And I will ask, and I think I have a sneaky suspicion, if you ask some people in this business, if that were to go away, I bet you they'd still build.
Commissioner,
Would the current applicant, it's too late now, don't worry, you're not going to get hit with this, but if you were to come forward and those incentives weren't there, I have a feeling they'd still build.
let's look at
I'm asking
this-
the question.
But let's look at this the
I'm-
opposite way.
I'm asking the question for it to be answered.
To who? They can't answer from there.
I mean,
So let me say it this way, because I brought this up with mobility fees. What do we want to incentivize now? For me, it's office, it's jobs, it's offices and light industrial, good quality light industrial like Mettler Toledo. I wouldn't be giving anyone else an incentive. We've got enough Burger Kings and McDonald's and all that. I would flip it and just incentivize what we really want.
okay, you're right, you're correct.
Okay. That's things we need to look at in the future.
That can be part of our conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. That can be
Since
part
I
of our
really want to go
conversation.
home, I'm going to say move to approve.
Second.
I got a motion.
This would be a motion on P3 first, because you need to really
A
take.
motion on P3 first. I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Whoa, roll call vote.
Call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Nay.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Wells.
Yes.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion P3 pass. Now I need a motion for.
Move to approve
P13.
P13.
I got a motion and a second. Is that roll call also, or is that not?
That is not.
It's not. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Nay.
like sign. Motion passed.
4-1.
Okay, 4-1. I don't know who the one
Hey,
was.
congratulations, you have a new apartment complex on State Road 56,
Okay.
or 54, actually, this one's on 54.
All right, at this time, we'll move back to regular items. 1 and 2 have been taken care of. We're moving to R3. Looks like Mr. Ansley's got some work here in front of us.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ainsley Caldwell, Public Works, and this is a follow-up report for the Johnson Road PVAS project, and that was a board-initiated project. And as soon as we get there, I can begin. Just to recap, this is one street, it's county maintained, it's paved, and the estimated cost is $260,000. $260,165. Maximum cost per ERU is $4,600. This road qualifies for a cut-through discount, which is 50%, which brings the project cost to $130,100. And the maximum cost per ERU is $2,300. This was brought to the board in February this year, and there were a number of concerns, but we are bringing it back as a follow-up report, just to make sure that the maximum assessment has been noticed to all the property owners. So we were asked to bring this information, the cost for a 5-foot sidewalk, and we got that at $160,000. Determine whether or not there were any community development block grants in this area, and the answer was no. And also the traffic count on a daily basis was approximately 550 vehicles. This is a map linking Zimmerman to 19, and just some photographs of road condition. This is near US 19. Johnson Road, and Rampart Lane. And here the options are, or the decision of the board, either we proceed with the project or we discontinue the project.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Mariano?
So this is my project. I brought it forward after many meetings. It's like Gulf Highlands with their Neighborhood Watch Association, and it's an item that just kept coming up. It does connect Zimmerman and US 19, so it's a road that should get a lot of traffic. Right now, the road is in such terrible condition that it doesn't get as much traffic as you would normally think. They'll kind of go a different way. But it is a connector, it does connect collector road, so it is qualified for the assessment. One of the concerns that came up when we were here before was people complained about, what about the children's safety? Because if you build this road, like a Hicks Road, without a sidewalk, it's going to be dangerous. And the sidewalk is the key part of this whole thing. When we asked staff to kind of work with CDBG, they did talk to them, but I'll tell you, talked to Marcy today, and Marcy came up with a solution that could actually work. Years ago, this is part of what they call East Brown Acres. East Brown Acres is that low-income area, which this does qualify for. We could keep the paving assessment the way it's set up here, so the citizens are paying that part of it, and we could use, in the next 6 months, the CDBG funds for the 160 grand to actually pay for this. Marcy could bring that back to the board. If the board members are agreeable to that, I want to move forward with this, and in 6 months, we'll get that CDBG allowance for the sidewalk to come after the fact, which the timing should be fine. How's that sound to the board?
Well, I guess I want to hear from Marcy. I don't know what that pot of money is, what else, other uses. Sorry, I was looking at something else.
Well, I think what he's saying is let her look at it and come back.
Yeah, but Marcy and I have talked about it. She actually did the research on it, so Marcy, if you would.
Marcy Esberg, for the record, Community Development Director. So Commissioner Mariano asked me to look at this area. It is 54% low mod income, so it does qualify for our Community Development Block Grant. And what I explained to him is that if this is a project that the commissioners want, our next round of funding will begin in March with availability in October, and we would encourage another county department to come in with an application for this project itself. And then the money would come to you with all of our projects and with the action plan in August, and then be available with our funding in October 2020.
Is that the quickest way for you to get this done?
I think it's the best way to get it done, and I don't know if it's probably the quickest. I guess it's 6 months. One of the benefits to it, if we would take this through the whole CDBG program, your costs are going to go up because of the Davis-Bacon Act. I don't think we're bound by that the way we're doing this right now. So our cost to go build this road going across is a lot less. The people are going to have to pay, and I think the numbers will show that the people are going to be able to afford it over time. Using the CBG is directly exactly what this should be used for, and I think it's the most efficient way to actually spend our money.
So can I just add, though, that if you are going to build the sidewalk with it, you will still have to do Davis-Bacon for the sidewalk.
Yes. Yeah, the sidewalk, but not the road project, which, again, would add a lot.
What's the question?
Is this a 10-year project?
You mean a repayment period? Yes,
Is it
sir.
repaying 10 or
Over
15?
10 years.
10 years, so that's, if it's 20, did I see 2,300?
2,300
So that's 230 a year plus
Approximate.
interest, approximately.
plus,
yeah.
plus interest, yes.
Yeah. Could come in less if the project came in less?
It could come in less, but until we do the actual construction, I can't say.
Right, okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question. Didn't we do something very similar to this with the CDBG funds in Lucucci? A project in Lucucci years ago? With CDBG funds?
Well, we did
Marcy's
Tommytown.
answering yes.
Pardon me?
We did Tommytown.
I thought we did Lucucci at one time too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We paved a lot of roads in Lucucci with our Section 108 Community Development Block Grant funds.
I'm good at looking at this. I mean, it's been done before.
But they still, those people in Lucucci still had to pay
No,
quite a
different
bit of
roads.
money.
It was a different road. PVAS on some, and there was
Right.
CDBG on.
And this one here, again, it's part, when I first was elected, East Brown Acres was already approved with CDBG, and they had done a lot of the roads in there. Somehow this one got left out.
Yeah.
And again, as a major road going through, it really should have been left out.
Okay.
Oh, this is by Leisure Lane?
No, it's over by the old McDonald's that got torn down by, just south of Gulf Highlands entryway coming in. No, it's just south of Ashwood.
This has Leisure Lane touching it.
No,
Is there another Leisure Lane?
Sim-
I'm looking at the map. It says Leisure Lane. No, but must be two Leisure Lanes.
Alicia?
Yes, there's a Leisure Lane and Rampart Lane.
Hmm.
But the road section we're talking about is between 19 and Zimmerman.
We might need to change one of those names, just for public safety.
Yeah. So it's before us to approve or?
Well, I think
no?
they're going to bring it back. Does it
So you're
require
gonna bring,
action?
is that what you're
Well,
asking?
let's get started with, proceed with the Johnson Board-initiated paving assessment project. If the board's comfortable to go with the sidewalk project, and again, we're not going to do that today, but down the road, if we get consensus going, then
I would
I'm
be
okay to
up
make
for
that move.
I move to approve the board-initiated paving assessment.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, like sign. Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to R4.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, Marcy Esberg, for the record, Director of Community Development, here to talk about, you've had actually several developers for public comment, and this is Florida Housing Finance Corporation released a request for applications for affordable housing developments. This was released for small and medium-sized counties, of which Pasco is one. And it allows up to $1.7 million in tax credits for 10 years. And as a county, we can only select one applicant to go forward, and then they compete at the state level for this tax credit program. It's called the Local Government Area of Opportunity Funding, and applications are due to Florida Housing no later than November 5th. So what we did was we partnered with the Pasco County Housing Finance Agency, and we released a notice of funding availability on August 30th and asked for applications to come in on September 17th. We offered a county match of our grant funds, so this is not general fund dollars, but this would either be our home investment partnership or SHIP funds for the amount of $425,625. And I do want to clarify that the amounts are set by Florida Housing Finance, and it's set according to the project type. So, for example, you would see in some of the applications a garden wood project, the total amount that they asked for is $354,000. Mid-rise wood or garden ESS was $425,625. So that's why you see those different amounts. We did receive 8 applications. We received 4 family applications and 4 elderly applications. And what we did was we used Mark Hendrickson, who is the financial consultant for the Housing Finance Authority, to review all the applications. He has so many years of experience with affordable housing all around the state, and he offered a very professional and comprehensive opinion about what we received. The Housing Finance Authority met on September 25th to review Mr. Hendrickson's recommendations. So let me just review the criteria. The minimum criteria was that it be located in Pasco County and there'd be evidence of site control. The set-aside of rental units has to be equal to or greater than the housing tax credit standards. There was a requirement for a zoning verification form, which came from our planning department. There was a minimum of a 50-year set-aside for affordability, and according to Florida Housing, you need to at least have 3 of the 5 resident programs being offered. Then we looked at some additional criteria, the amenities and the development in the unit, energy efficiency, maximum economic impact. We also looked at developments that could provide a lift to the neighborhood or lead to revitalization. So we looked at what was in our consolidated plan, what areas we have targeted for revitalization, or what areas the county has targeted for revitalization, because you want to incentivize the same things, the same areas. Proximity to public transportation, services, and employment, leveraging of other funds with other resources, and the ability to meet FHFC's requirements for the contribution to be a part of permanent financing with minimal loan terms. So what we are bringing before you today is the recommendations that came from the Housing Finance Agency. So, and they adopted the recommendation that came to them from the consultant. There were 3 applicants that rose to the top, and the number 1 applicant was Bayonet Gardens. It is an elderly project on Lakeshore Boulevard in Hudson. The number of units are 120 with 66 one-bedroom and 54 two-bedroom. And you could see here that the split for rental restrictions and the cost per unit. And what we found is that it became the lowest cost per unit with the county match. It also had the highest proximity score, which is a scoring that happens at the state level. And all 3 of the projects are agreeing to keep the projects affordable in perpetuity. And that actually is a factor that knocked out a couple of other projects, because why not invest $425,000 in something that's going to remain affordable rather than those that will only be affordable for 50 years? So, so you could see, and again, the developers have come and spoken to you. Gulfview Place is in Hudson, also 7215 Hudson Avenue. That is right next to the elementary school there. And that was a total of 92 units. That was considered the number 1 family project. So what came forward was 1 really good senior project and 1 really good family project. And then in 3rd place was Tanager Court in a different area, Old County 54 and Florida 54. And that was with 88 units. So the actual recommendation that came from Mark Hendrickson to the HFA board was to provide a loan commitment of $425,625 to Bayonet Gardens with a 30-year amortization, 1% interest rate, annual payments with a balloon in 18 years after conversion, or provide a loan commitment of $354,000 to Gulfview Place with a 30-year amortization, 2% interest rate, annual payments, and a balloon coterminous with the termination of the first mortgage. That was the actual recommendation. I do also, there's been a lot of talk today about statistics and the need in the county, and I did also want to explain that the population in Pasco County, about 32% of us are over 65, and that's over 111,000 people, and 35% of those have a disability. So that is part of the need that we have here, as well as the need for affordable housing for families. This map shows where the 3 projects are located. And again, the final recommendation was from HFA, but also the staff recommendation, why not lead with your best project? So we are recommending Bayonet Gardens be awarded the $425,625 match of grant funds. I will explain that this does not mean that they will win the tax credit at all. This just means that we as a county would would say that this is the choice that we have. This project is producing the most amount of units at the lowest cost per unit. They've committed to all 5 resident programs, not just 3 of the 5. They've exceeded standards for unit and development amenities and energy efficiency. Again, it's affordable in perpetuity. They explained to you earlier in the day that they're exceeding the commitment for at-risk population, and they're also talking about having a focus for disabled veterans for that population. And it is located in the targeted West Market area, which is an area that the county has targeted for redevelopment. I've lost this.
Mr. Moore?
Thank you, sir.
All
And
right.
I met with Marcy briefly at lunchtime, just, and she let me know, I think it was 8 initially that,
Correct.
yeah, that applied, and you guys broke it down to 3. And I apologize, I just lost my spot. Can you put back on there?
Now you're going to ask me, and I don't
Yeah, and
know
I
what happened to
apologize.
it.
I know.
Can you
I
help
can-
me find it?
Let me see if I can get back to it on my page. I don't know who, oh, geez, I'll wait for you. Keep going. There you go. Well, you have it. No, ma'am. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you.
Me personally, I mean, I'm leaning towards senior. I think the statements you just made, in reference to our elderly population, I look at it this way. I mean, I was, spent many years in the healthcare space and dealing with seniors, and it was difficult for them to find housing. Hillsborough County is where I did a lot of business, and they did have a number of apartment complexes over there. But geez, one's on Bayshore. It was beautiful, which they deserve it, in my opinion. These are folks that have worked, a lot of them worked their entire lives and paid into the system, and now it's time for us to, in my opinion, give back a little bit to them. And you have a lot of veterans, you have a lot of people with disabilities. One thing, just looking at the list, and I don't know who's, number 3, is that Commissioner Wells, Commissioner Starkey's district, right there?
My district.
Okay, I always forget up there where it goes, okay. So that's your district. 54, that's, about how far is that from Holiday? Do you know? Not that far.
Yeah, not very far.
Not very far.
Less than a mile probably to get into
Okay.
Holiday.
Because we were talking
area.
about that earlier, about Holiday. We talk about Holiday quite a bit. I wish Commissioner Starkey was in here to hear this, or to maybe answer some questions on that. If I'm not correct, a lot of those homes at Holiday were initially a lot of homes that retirees were moving into, and as they've aged, and passed away, some of the issues that are going on there have been caused because of that. Maybe family members own it, they rent them out and stuff. So when I think about a lot of the seniors, where are they going? What options do they have? We hear about that area so much in Holiday. So what options are available for them? And I see number 3, we talked about it earlier too. They were on the list last year, because I remember that. They were the chosen
Correct.
project last year.
They were chosen last year and then competed at the state level and did not win the tax credit project.
I mean, there was a lot that didn't win, if I'm not correct. I do like this, that they have 3 bedrooms, and the reason I say that is because a lot of these seniors do have or need family members to live with them, to take care of them. They can't take care of their ADLs. If you know when I say ADL, activities of daily living, they need extra assistance and extra help. I would assume a lot of these places, or all of them, would have elevators if we're talking seniors. Hopefully they would. But at the same time, some people do need quite a bit of assistance. If you think about, again, living caregivers, some of them may have living caregivers. That gives more space for them. Again, I'm just thinking about from my background and some of the patients that we used to see when it came to the Medicaid waiver programs and diversion programs in Hillsborough County that I dealt with. sometimes that extra space is good. But I just want to make sure that we're taking care of that population. That's my 2 cents.
Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wells?
If I could, and I had the opportunity to sit down with Marcy last week, let me just ask you a question. As far as I know, you got the minimum criteria, and then you have the additional criteria that we set or you set. Is that same criteria we set last year, whatever the list of criteria that we did up above and beyond, were those the same criteria that we did last year for the form? Do you know? I know you weren't here, but.
I wasn't here.
I mean, is it
and-
something we have set with, is it us? Is it, I know you said the state's got the minimum, but.
These are all the state criteria, and when it was, so there, when I said the minimum, that's considered threshold. So when you're reviewing grant applications or applications, they always have to meet a threshold to go through, and then you go to the next level. So those are all the state. And
Okay. And, like we discussed, and I brought up the same thing, Commissioner, to Marcy, was seniors. One of the first questions I had, because I know we picked the 54 one last year, I know I have a sneaking suspicion that there's more senior population there than there would be up in Hudson.
That's what I thought.
And I was just thinking, I grew up right up there in Hudson. It just seemed to me like it's a little bit far away from maybe, I know it's close to the hospital, like we heard the applicant, and, I know the sidewalks were issues, but I just thought it was kind of far up. That's why I was asking you about the senior population, because in my opinion, I think the seniors are the priority, but I just feel like Old 54 and 54, and I know you gave us a number of 110,000 countywide or 32%, but I have a feeling, and I don't know, I was hoping maybe you had the numbers to show us, but I think Commissioner Moore's on point, and I personally agree with him on the number 3, I think. And the 3 bedrooms, and I know we talked about that too, and I think caregivers, and those are some things that I really didn't think of, but I agree. So.
And they're
Mr. Chairman?
3 bedrooms? Yep. Fine with this?
Family member.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mariano?
I tell you, this is a difficult one. There's like 3 great companies here, great projects. I mean, and the
Hard to choose.
Tanager, they had a shot last year. They didn't get the funding. I'll say the Gulfview Place with Blue Sky Communities, their affiliation with Metropolitan Ministries, really was kind of looking at that site, because I will tell you, next to Hudson Elementary, it is a homeless problem right there, and that's something we need to address anyway. But I thought this might be the way. But I'll tell you, in looking at this Bayonet Gardens, where it's located, and just to clarify, Marcy, when it was like being talked about earlier today, I think you guys were misinformed. There's sidewalks coming in at 5A that are under construction next year. That's going to go right on 5A, so it's going to connect all the way to the hospital and back. So as far as getting to anywhere to go for the Winn-Dixie that's there, the Walgreens that's there, Walgreens across the street, the hospital that's right there, the library's right there as well. I mean, your seniors here are going to have something to do. The property abuts Lakeside Woodlands, which abuts Beacon Woods, which is next to Beacon Woods East, and Wildwood Trailer. You want to talk about a senior population? Remember, that thing started back in the 70s. Even Country Club Estates, a bunch of homes. So there is a massive senior population right in Hudson. You may not be aware of it, but it's right next door. So kind of like what Trinity looks at when they build their senior facilities down there. They were looking at, well, people want to transition out. The same thing can happen there. And this site's been sitting idle for so long, and it's located in such a critical spot that I think can do a lot of good. I mean, Atria Gardens is right down the street on a side road. So for everything we looked at as far as talking about seniors, talking about the point scores, and when I look at the point scores, they're phenomenally higher. And that's not even, I don't know, Marcy, did you guys factor in that sidewalk coming in? Or do you even have that data?
I don't think we added that data.
Okay, so that data is going to add in more points as far as going through. And the bus station goes along 5A Road, which is right beside it. I mean, there's a dentist that's right there as well. So as far as care and everything else, that number 1 site, I think they've done a phenomenal job with picking that one. I think you've done a good job with it. And again, with the sidewalk thing.
Mr. Moore?
I mean, good points by both of our fellow commissioners. How can we get
Bless you. Thank you.
the numbers when it comes to the demographics for the senior population of where they are? in relation to these two sites, like numbers. That's pretty important, and the reason I say that, Marcy, is, again, people prefer to be close to where they lived. They already have family members who are close to where they lived before. And to move people farther away, sometimes it's difficult on them too. So, my mind is just thinking, just from historically sitting on this board and hearing from, especially Commissioner Starkey, about that, what goes on in the Holiday area, what's happened. I would love to know where the larger population is. It would be a big help.
I think you got issues in both places.
Well, I'm not saying you don't, but I would love to know, let me get the microphone over here. I would love to know where the majority of that senior population sits. It's on incomes too, right? So they got to qualify.
Yeah.
So,
But you got,
I mean, you can't have, somebody who lives in the more likely, if they're living in a $150,000, $200,000, $300,000 house, there's a good chance they probably wouldn't qualify for this.
in Hudson, you got 32 more units that'll be built where you only get 88 in.
Yeah. Oh, I understand that. I'm just wondering where the population is, the larger population is. Where's that set?
I think both populations are going to fit that number.
But we don't have the numbers.
They're there.
They're there, and
there.
what happens is it's difficult with the census to break down unincorporated areas. It's just, so, and it becomes decennial, so if I could find the numbers, they might be from 2010 or even 2000, and so then they're not even appropriate.
Really?
Yeah,
They'd be
it's
that
really,
old?
it's hard to get it down to those specific areas.
Yeah, because
But
I used to do that. I used to obviously we legitimately broke those numbers down. That was Hillsborough, Polk, Hardy, Highlands, and Manatee counties I used to do it with. And there's obviously business reasons that we did it for, but we were able to pull those numbers and see what the population was, and go directly to those citizens and reach out directly to them. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I mean, again, back to, you guys know the population numbers in Beacon Woods East, et cetera. There's a huge population there that are retiring, and some of them have moved to nursing homes already, but others that are in there that are going to be making that move. When you look at the number of 66 one-bedrooms, 54 two-bedrooms, those that do need the family member, there's 54 opportunities for that to happen. The other one, you talked about the 3 bedrooms, there's only 6 3-bedrooms there. I think the overall numbers, I mean, we're competing now statewide, right?
That's correct.
So we want to get the best shot at this. Just looking at the scores, without even factoring that sidewalk, which should bump those numbers up again, I mean, clearly, by 6.5 points, plus whatever the sidewalk is, we want to go back a winner, or the best winner we've got here, and the numbers are really showing strongly, and staff's backing it up, that's our best shot to get it funded. And I hate to lose another one. And again, this project here, I've always looked at that site wondering why we never made it happen, but I think it's an opportunity in front of us that the developer's done a great job designing it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Marcia, when's this due by?
November 5th.
Oh, of course.
Of course.
Around the corner.
Of course. I was just hoping we could, and I hate to continue it, but I wish we could, but obviously we can't. We'll continue just so we can actually look at those numbers.
All right, I'm going to try something, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation number 1.
Okay, I got a motion.
Still leaning at 3.
It's up to one of you others.
I remember last year. I just remember it.
I know, they didn't make it.
A lot didn't make it, right? I mean,
Yes, it's an extremely competitive process, but it is competitive statewide, and this review process was mirrored the review process that happens in the state. So again, the information of what the consultant looked at should mirror, again, what the state is doing.
So you think our best option would be, well, you're choosing number 1 as staff because that option's looking that way, so.
It's good to lead with your best foot forward.
Well, here's Commissioner Starkey, and maybe she knows.
She's been listening to us, I think.
I'm sure she's. We need your professional knowledge
You're up right now.
of your district.
We're waiting for you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just ask the Commissioner a question, maybe she knows the answer to it. Mr. Chairman, all right. So
We're on R4.
on our 4, we're looking at these 3. Are you aware of this, right? Okay. So my question was, you talk about Holiday quite a bit. And the population there, but knowing that historically it's been a lot of seniors, and as they've aged out, that's why you had the renters, either they passed away or moved on. You have the renters or the families that are renting out or whatever's going on there. But do you have an idea of what the senior population is around and close to this site?
Which site?
Number 3?
Number 3.
That's the one that's
Oh,
close to Holiday,
no.
about a mile from Holiday, I guess?
No, I'd like to approve all 3 of them. 'cause
Yeah.
I think
we all
Hey, we've already
We would-
passed,
we would
we've
like
already
to do that.
passed that issue, so.
I have not broken mine down by age, so I don't know.
I didn't know if you may know. There's a motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor and a
From
lacking
Commissioner
a
Mariano
second
on the
at
floor.
this time for number 1, which is what staff approved.
We just wanted
That's
to wait
number
for you
1.
to see what you know about that area.
Yeah, I don't have that information, but I welcome all these in my district.
I think we'll all agree that we would like all of them to be moved forward, so.
None of them are. This is actually, yes, that's Mariano's. I mean, Mariano's is 1, Mariano's
They all have a need.
2.
Yeah, they do.
Wells is
And
3.
I think I think the company that built the one in my district is that your number 1? It's very nice. Yeah, I think it's a very nice project. I don't know if the second one is going to be, the next one is like that one, but we got to go after all of these that we can. And I think there's more funds that maybe we can go after being in Washington.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Mariano?
Yeah. Mr. Starkey, my rationale to go with this is the scoring system, that we're competing statewide with this, so at a 17.5 compared to a 13.5 and 11, our best shot from staff's recommendation is, from everything we can see, is going that, and that didn't include in the sidewalk, it's going to be built on 5A alongside.
I was comfortable with staff's recommendation.
So does that mean you'll second it then?
So
I wish mine was voted higher, but
So I have a motion by Mr. Mariano for number 1. And I
need a
do not
second.
have a second at this time.
okay, I'll second it.
We were discussing and we wanted to.
So now I have a,
These are competitive, though. This
They're
doesn't
very
mean for sure
competitive,
it's going
yeah.
to get built.
That's correct. It has to go to the state and compete at the state level.
Because I know we tried to get this one in my district last year, and it didn't make it. But I'd love for them to try again.
So Chairman,
yes, sir.
So you're leaning towards staff's recommendation, is that what
Yes.
you said?
Yep.
I wish we could get the number, I wish we, again, I just, back, I wish we had the numbers.
It's hard to do.
I know, I mean, I just wish we did. I mean, it just, when it comes to making these decisions, we need to go where the population is. And I'm not saying doesn't have the population, I just wish we knew.
I'm not
and had the
against any
hard
of them.
facts.
I
So
like
we're
some
gonna
of them.
service, these citizens to the best of our ability, and they have the most chance. I just,
Seems
You want
like
the
there's
best one?
already
Get it.
near
Not
one at
saying there's not.
Gulfview.
we don't know for sure, so.
I think the company that's building the apartments has one near Gulfview already. Now, the
No.
company's building apartments at the mall?
I don't think
Didn't they build one? It's called
Uh,
Pasco Apartments or something?
that's a different project.
I know, but
as far
is it this type
No,
of
it's not
project?
the same people.
No, but it's the same kind of project.
Well, again, part of the reason going back to number 1, it's the best chance to get it funded. The last one we tried didn't get funded. If you don't pick your best project and it doesn't get funded, you're going to say, why do we do that again? At least, your best shot's that one
I
there.
seconded it, so.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I just want you
All
to see,
opposed,
I'm
like
not
sign.
voting, pushing for the
Motion
one in
passed.
line, even though I really, really want
It's
it.
in my
Number one.
district, but it's close enough to yours.
That's
why we're asking.
Well, that's
about
why we were
population.
asking you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we
I'd
see.
kind
you
of like
do,
to know.
so.
Okay, that completes the regular items.
You
Have
have
something
C,
else?
well, you have C24 that you need to go back to, I think.
Oh, that's right.
I'm okay on it.
C-24.
I got my questions are answered.
You got your answer?
Yes, sir.
Everybody else okay with
FAC
it?
actually called me directly in addition to Barbara, and then FAC called me. So I'm okay with it. They explained the breakdown of what it was spent on, and how they basically depleted that. So
Okay.
she was thorough.
You moving approval?
I will do that.
Second.
All right, I got a motion and a second on C-24. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion passed. This time we'll move to old business.
Okay,
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, sir. You sure I'm not on a time limit, Mr. Chairman?
Maybe that will shorten some things for us.
All right, couple things. Good news, there was another home dedication for a disabled veteran in Lena Lakes. It was on October 9th. I had the opportunity to attend it. It was through the Stephen Siller Tunnels to Towers Foundation. If you're not familiar with Stephen Siller's Tunnels to Towers, that foundation was built around the family of Stephen Siller, which was a firefighter. 9/11 was actually in one of the tunnels trying to leave, saw the buildings collapse, literally threw on his pack, ran towards there, and unfortunately passed away. And his family started a foundation, and now what they do is go across the nation and provide homes to mostly, disabled veterans and service members. And again, another
Very good project.
Great project, mortgage-free home. And it's a smart home too, which obviously is great for that citizen. So very, very wonderful. A lot of people from Pasco Sheriff's Office and Fire Rescue were there that day. Next thing I wanted to talk about is something called a PUF. I don't know if anybody's familiar with what a PUF is, which is a PUF is a private user fee, which that fee is being used on part of the Sierra property by a developer named Hutton. If you're not familiar with them, I think they're the same developer that's doing some stuff over at Mitchell.
Yeah.
So this private user fee has caused some issues and caused some problems for our citizens, and it's caused some issues and problems for the tax collector and myself too. So what they're doing with this PUF is they're actually charging this user fee to everybody that makes a purchase I know it's crazy, right? at those shops. So if you go to one of the, I won't name any shops, if you go to one of the stores and you make a purchase, you pay obviously your sales tax, 6 to the state, 1 to the county. You're also paying 1% to the developer on top of that. And it's a line item on that receipt. What it's been doing is causing confusion amongst our mutual constituents, because they all shop there, and thinking that it's a county fee.
Where is it? Where?
So there's a portion of the Sierra's property, because remember, they lease those properties. And there was a developer that did the shopping center where Hobby Lobby was, or is. Was it Earth Fare, Dollar, one of the dollar stores, Five Below, some other things. So if you go make a purchase there on a taxable item, not a perishable or non-perishable food item, on a taxable item.
Is that legal?
It is legal. We had to do a lot of research on that. It is legal, yes. Unfortunately, it's legal.
So it's to their tenants?
So, no, the
Customer.
The customers are paying it. So if you go make a purchase, yeah, if you make a purchase, you will see it on your receipt. You'll see 7% sales tax, and you will see a 1 cent or 1% tax below that. So we were getting calls, tax collector and myself, and emails and tagged on social media. What is this? Why are you guys charging this? Had no clue that was happening. Had to do that research and due diligence. reached out to the,
How do they list it on
reach
the
out to the
receipt?
developer. It says public user fee, or private user fee, I should say. Is it a private or is it public? It's public.
Well-
PUF is public.
Well,
Public user fee.
so the developer's information refers to it as both a private user fee and a public user fee. And so I'm not sure.
Yeah. PUF is actually, I think, if I'm not correct, well, it's a user fee, but I think it's a public user fee in reality. But yes, I know they're referring to it as both. But they're charging that fee. So the problem was, I'm trying to make a very long story short. What we'd like to do, and what I asked them to do, and this is after I've been speaking with Hobby Lobby Corporate, after their staff members were stating that this was a Pasco County fee to their customers, which caused confusion, another reason why we were getting calls. I reached out to Hobby Lobby personally myself. You can imagine how that call went in the beginning, but and they corporate got back to me and had some conversations, and they were used to it. They have it in different areas, some areas throughout the state, Colorado, and when we found out Colorado actually has, the areas they're in, has a disclaimer. Talked to the developer about it. They were willing to do it, they said. We got into some language issues. I was working with, obviously, I passed it on to Mr. Steinschneider, working on some language. They really never got to the point where they liked our language, which was, to me, more transparent on where the fee was going. So long story short is what I'm asking, because this may continue to happen, is that we need some type of ordinance actually in this county that would require those that have a PUF to place a notice at the point of sale and at the entrance of all these. So
We can't outlaw them?
Well, we cannot outlaw them, from my understanding. I think Mr. Steinschneider can jump in. I don't think you can outlaw the PUF.
That's
State
So-
allows it.
I haven't done that research to see whether or not you can flat out outlaw them. My guess
Can't do that
is
for a
that what the corresponding argument would be is this is a fee like if they were charging for parking. And it's a transaction between they and their customers. What you can outlaw is that they pass it off as a governmental fee.
Who collects it? Our tax collectors collecting it?
It's on every receipt, so it's collected at point of sale,
Yeah.
and they don't remit it to revenue because, and that
Remit to
was
developer.
part of the
It's actually
confusing.
half a cent, and I apologize. It's
that-
not 1 cent, it's a half a cent.
That was part of the confusing, the first receipt that we saw
Yeah.
had this public user fee at the bottom of the receipt on top of the taxes,
Right,
which clearly is wrong,
right.
because they can't charge their fee as a percentage on top of taxes.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
So I guess what the commissioner is looking for is something that would require them, if they're gonna have this fee, have it on their receipts correctly and have a notice that folks know that they're paying it.
Yeah. Let me just, Mr. Chairman, jump into it. Hobby Lobby, since then, I've been told that they've done away with it, which means they're still paying it, they're just not putting it on somehow, they're more likely, I'm not sure, but there's more likely they're just including it in the cost of goods. Somehow. That's the way they're doing it, because they still have to pay it to the developer no matter what. But what the majority of people are doing is put on the receipt, charging the customer. So what I'm asking for is to allow Mr. Steinschneider, which we've already started on it.
Bless you.
To move forward with some type of ordinance that requires them to display publicly a disclaimer at each point of sale, so they know what they're getting into before they make a purchase, and at their door. And it needs to specifically state that this fee is being charged by the developer, and the money is being remitted to the developer. This is not a Pasco County fee or tax.
And if that's the desire of the board, I would like a motion to have the county attorney directed to do that.
I would think we need to.
I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
You make a motion?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Got a second?
Second?
Thank
Got
you.
a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign.
Yeah.
Motion passed.
Thank you. And maybe take some, if you want to take some time and talk to Mr. Steinschneider, he can detail even more. We had some fun with that over a weekend and some weekends and stuff. It was all coming to a head. Made the news. Yeah. So
Okay.
that's it for me.
Is that everything?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure. All right, Commissioner Starkey?
If you happen to look in your September magazine, I don't even know what it's called, this one, County News, they had a big article on trade, international trade, and they interviewed me, and so they got a nice little article, and our picture of us at the Panama Canal. So Pasco's in there. And then I looked at another one, and one of you other commissioners are in there, and I don't remember who or what it was about right now, but one of you guys is in another magazine. You might have seen in the paper how the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation has changed their name to the Tampa Bay.
We've talked
You
about it.
talked about it?
This morning, yeah.
Are we going to
This
send a
morning.
letter of displeasure?
I tweeted one.
I think we should send a letter like the other jurisdictions are doing. I don't think it's
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
appropriate.
I agree.
We worked hard to
Y'all
be.
agree, then I'll take care of it.
Yeah, I think that is
Under all
an
signatures, or you
inappropriate
want under
name.
mine?
Huh?
Under my signature or under everybody's?
I think the whole board.
Whatever.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's just inappropriate. You know, we work so hard to be regional, and then they take the regional name,
Yeah.
and I don't think it's,
Tampa's bad. City of Tampa's not happy about it.
no, it was not cool.
Someone whose office? Attorney's office, or who won that letter?
We could author it, or economic development, but I'll be happy to put something together for the chair's signature.
Okay.
So we had a great meeting at the White House and made some more wonderful contacts. And a lot of the people that I talked to, I was able to bring up that issue happening in Jack's district, and Jack did too, on the depressions, and trying to see if we can't find a way to get some federal money to come help us and help those people. And I have some names of some folks at the EPA and Homeland Security, and I think that we can get some help, and I'll just have to get with you later on, give you some of these contacts, and understand the situation further. Jack, I'm not in a good state of mind to talk any more further on that. But it was a good visit, and again, we made great contacts, and I think it's really cool the White House is doing this, so.
I tell you, Catherine was phenomenal up there. She was firing away question after question and digging in and found out that we can probably get the help for these people out of that caverns filled in, so got great potential in that. Plus, you touched on the opportunity zones, too. We dug that up a little bit.
Yeah, so trying to see if we can't expand those opportunity zones, as I mentioned to them, the opportunity zones that pretty much were not the ones the county put in, but as told to me by DEO, they were ones that developers put in, and we have no list or idea of what those projects are on those pieces of land, and we have no way to help it move forward, and we want to take advantage of the opportunity zones while we can, and we're kind of stuck here. But I know I have one in my district that borders on an opportunity zone that wants to go do knock down an old aging strip mall and do some multifamily and mixed use, and would be greatly helped by the opportunity zone. They did tell us there may be some other money, some CDBG money, and some HUD projects that could help us because they're in such a low income area. But yep, they know where Pasco is.
I think if we follow the line as we talked about, is working with our federal people. Let's do a series of town hall meeting with our federal people in there, with a Congress changing the legislation in there, just a simple bill. We can get all those things changed, but it does take that public meeting, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did great up there.
Thank you, but I think that's all I'm going to say.
That's all?
What resolution?
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Stark.
All right,
What?
Commissioner Wells?
Oh, can we talk about something real quick? Resolutions?
Oh, there was way too many today.
Oh, okay.
Is that what you want me to talk
Well,
about?
can we move them before public comment? Because the issue I see is we're going back to the same thing of staff having to wait. Like
Well,
today,
this is the
staff
first time
waited
we've
for
had so many.
long.
I thought
They've
it
had to
was
sit
one
here.
per commissioner, too.
That's true, too.
The reason the
Someone
resolutions,
overreached.
the reason the resolutions are after public comment is the state law that requires you to take public comment on any proposition. And I don't know whether a resolution is a proposition or not. In some cases it is, in some cases it's not.
Can Andy come speak to that real quick? From the Hillsborough County's perspective?
Andy Taylor,
Yes. He's got some knowledge base.
come forward.
Just for the record, Andy Taylor, legislative aide to Commissioner Moore. I know Hillsborough's a charter county, so it's different. They do theirs before public comment. They're formatted a little differently, referred to as either a proclamation if it's declaring a month or a week, like Community Planning Month. That would have been referred to as a proclamation. When it's a commendation, like what we did for Miss Humans this morning, they refer to it as a commendation, and that might be even though they're a charter county, that might be their way around that. They do them before public comment.
Thanks, Andy. Just again, going back to our fear, what we talked about before is once again, we had staff waiting for a long time today, which they could be out working, doing the jobs that they probably want to do, instead of sitting here having to wait for us. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
And I passed out the lectures on the line. This next one is Gary Mormino. He's a historian, and he's written a lot in the area. He's very entertaining. And it's interesting, his subject is 10 foods that define Florida. So that is November 7th in the park. It's a great evening, so come on out.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Wells.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you for those of you who attended the October 9th 5th Annual Feeding Pasco's Elderly Breakfast. I am honored to serve on that board and have been since I first got elected in 2014. We were able to raise $45,000.
That's great.
Just the small board, Rich Hayes and Nikki, and then Kim Price and her team. Thank you for everything you do. We truly couldn't get this done without them. So just thank you all. I know a few of you were there. I know the other ones that weren't there supported. And
That was a big crowd.
Just want to say thank you. Yeah, it was the best. We honored Alice Delgado, who effective November 1st is the new Volunteer Way CEO. I believe that's when she starts. So it's pretty exciting to see her there to follow in Lester's footsteps. But yes,
Lester
it was the largest,
retiring?
yes, he is.
Okay.
It was a great turnout. Again, it's great to, in an hour and a half time, raise that kind of money for our seniors. So thank you. And then I had an opportunity to fish. I know for those of you that know, I do like to fish. On October 4th in the Sheriff's Fishing for Families tournament, they were able to raise $50,000 that morning, which goes to right here in Pasco County to their canine deal, the Warrior Fund, Sunrise of Pasco, and the Trilby Initiative. So I just wanted to let you know it's two things we're able to do in October that are doing great things here in Pasco County. So with that, I am done. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to hereby nominate,
Commissioner Mariano?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to hereby nominate Commissioner Wells to join, hopefully all of us, for firefighter Garcia that lost his baby. Trinity Road, Wesley Chapel Road just did a great event. I couldn't get back in time for it. We flew in like 9:30 at night.
Yeah, we had a great, it was good.
Yeah, so awesome job again, what you guys are doing out there. But I think it's something I'd like to see all five of us get together on this. The Shrimp and Crab Fest has agreed to help them with donations through that weekend. I'll get the verbiage and exactly how we're going to do it, but I think it'd be good if we all aligned. It'd be a big event, gives it time to raise some money, and hopefully it can help that family out. It's going to be, I think, in the last week in February. I'll get the dates coming up.
Cool.
But he's run it for 4 years out there, has done a great job, and
Okay.
there's another event he's going to help us with, too, that's going to direct money to them to help them out.
That'd be great.
And I'd like to say, for the public comment this morning about Green Key, staff did a phenomenal job. They went out there and found out these areas that were like next to a canal. There were culverts there, but what was happening is on a high tide situation, the water would flow in. So they decided to go put some pipes with a flapper valve on it so that on a high tide, when it's high tides coming in, it blocks it, but on low tide, it can flow out. That'll keep some of the roadways from flooding out there. The lady that lives on Status Way, I talked with her, went to her house, look at where the water was flowing. Staff's working on the situation right there. I'm going to work with them to go bring the Neighborhood Watch Group in with a meeting with me with stormwater and code enforcement, and I'm going to look to set up a sweep like we've done in our other neighborhoods too, and do a big sweep out there as well. Last thing, you saw the people from the Links Golf Course show up today. I told them we were working on it, didn't know when it was going to come about, but I wanted the board to see how important it is to those folks coming forward. I told them we had looked at Seminole's ordinance as well as Winter Gardens ordinance, and we like the Seminole one the best. The county attorney's working on it, but Mr. Steinschneider, at what point, from what you see today, and I think we'll get the full support of the board, how quick can we bring this forward?
So my office will prioritize anything the way the board wishes. So this was first brought up, based on my notes, on September 3rd. There were other things stacked in front of it. If this is a board priority, we can move it forward. I can't support the ordinance that was developed by Winter Garden.
That's fine. So Seminole's
The Seminole County ordinance is not a golf course ordinance, but in fact, it is very similar to the ordinance that you've already got on the books. The difference being, they have an 8-inch standard, you have a 12-inch standard, and they don't exempt anything larger than an acre. So with those two changes are relatively simple if that's the desire of the board. It could be introduced at the next meeting, but I don't know that, I certainly don't want to get in the position of bringing the ordinance forward for introduction and not having the board on that page with me.
So maybe
What was discussed this morning?
when the folks came here, the association came here, they had probably 40 people with them or so, and I just wanted to let us know that this was important to them. And I wanted the board to know it so we could tell the county attorney if we wanted to move it forward, to go move it forward. So that's why we just had the...
I don't know.
That's where they've closed down the golf.
I know, and when a golf course closes down, it's because they don't have any money. So I don't know how you expect them to, or at least at what level you expect them to keep running their business when they're closed. So be careful what you ask for, because they're gonna, something different's gonna happen. If they're out of money, there's no money to mow it, you know?
Well, and Seminole County had dealt with this issue, and they still deal with it, and sometimes, different things happen, but at least they maintained it to that level, and that's what the main goal is, so you don't have coyotes out there. I think they had 6 or 8 inches, 8 inches.
Standard.
So the whole golf course?
To maintain it, correct. And that's all they did. And then they took the alternatives. And I will tell you, one of the things that I'd like us to take another look at is, we raised our prices up on reclaimed water for the golf courses, and I think it's something we need to relook at because, I've heard it from every single one, from Seven Springs to Timber Greens, that it's bothersome for them to pay that extra money. So I think we need to kind of relook at that, because golf courses, they do provide stormwater, they do set up neighborhoods. And give you an example, one home that was going through the sale process, when they found out the golf was going to shut down, the people withdrew the sale, they had to go back and they had to drop the price $30,000. So try to imagine every golf course property dropping down 30 grand. It's a big effect on the whole tax base. So there's a lot of value to look at this. But the Seminole County ordinance, Lee Constantine showed it to me. And we had a conversation one of our board meetings, and he brought the idea up to go forward. He said it's worked very well for that county. So I'd be happy to talk to the
8
county
inches
attorney a
is
little bit
better
more.
than keeping it maintained as a golf course.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're not looking for that. Just,
Mowing,
just
yeah.
so it's mowed, so you keep the rats down, the coyotes, the snakes, and all that stuff out. So if I can work with the county attorney's office, if you guys make it a priority, I'm happy to talk with them about it.
And I in fact have talked to the Seminole County Attorney, Brian Applegate, who serves on the state board with me. He indicated that they almost never proceed and mow things themselves, which I think is part of the administrator's heartburn, is if the resources that it will take to, if you're going to treat a golf course the same way you're treating an overgrown lot, that's a losing proposition. That's been a losing proposition for us. And I don't have a problem with taking enforcement action against somebody who doesn't maintain their property, but, and really that's for the administrator to speak to, but I'm not sure that the resource, you're going to have to dedicate a whole lot more resources to code enforcement if you're going to also take on the maintenance responsibility that these golf courses are going to present to you. The other
If I could jump
Sure.
on that for a second. So keep this in mind, less than a mile away, he owns another golf course right there. If he was going to get fined, probably going to happen, he's probably going to go mow it and not be a burden for us. He's not going to want to pay the fine.
The other comment I wanted to make, which I hadn't heard from the conversations that had come before the dais and hadn't really thought about, which I don't know that Seminole County's ordinance will cover, is the stormwater issue. If in fact the stormwater system is integral to the residential development, we may have to take now, we can turn them into Swift Mud because they would be the O&M entity for those ponds, but that's not a component that this ordinance will help us with. I just hadn't thought of that. In fact, frankly, the Winter Gardens one wouldn't either. But that's an issue that probably needs to be baked a little bit before I bring something back.
Okay. I just want to get the board to support moving it forward, that's all. Thank you.
So where we stand?
But the county attorney and I have had this discussion, that there needs, and I'm a big believer in this ranking system, otherwise we just would all be climbing all over each other to get our special projects done first. There needs to be an order. And so whatever that order is, we need to follow it. And so it used to be tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Like, where the heck are my chickens?
Don, where are the commissioner's chicken?
Understanding they're a tier 3.
There was that guy that used to come and talk about the pigeons.
Yeah, those pigeons are a thing. But, so, we need to have a structure, and we need to see if we're pushing this one, what other one does it push back? So I don't want to, we need to have a system, that's kind of what I'm saying.
And as I explained to the commissioner, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 scenario is the land development code, which is generally being managed
Whatever
by
the other
development
stuff is.
services.
Yeah.
I am, at this point, getting enough ordinances that are not
Yeah.
in the land development code that we're going to have to do something
kind
to
of ranking.
manage those ordinances as well, because I've only got so many lawyers that I can dedicate to this, and including myself.
And so let us see what ordinances you're working on, because I don't even know.
Okay.
Let us rank them. And Don, I would like to see what's going on in your place. And I'd like to see a timeline of what ordinances are coming out of your office, because we have no idea seems like some things are really taking a long time.
Right, I think, Commissioner, you're referring to the strategic ordinance framework that we talked to Nectarios Pito's Planning and Development, that we talked about back in April. Actually, at the November 5th meeting, we're going to bring forward, or at least bring to the attention of the Board of County Commissioners, the framework itself, and then we're going to set to coming up in November and December. I'm going to be meeting internally with the department heads from other departments like utilities, engineering, public works, parks, et cetera, to identify that priority list that we've previously talked about.
Okay, that'd be good. And I want a priority list, I want timelines with it,
So you got
realistic
direction?
timelines. Because we're just kind of like floating out here in space without any idea when anything's going to come,
No.
right? Thanks.
So I will, if planning and development are going to bring that forward on November 5th, I will also have a list for you of the ordinances that are in-house and that the county attorney is directly working on. It'll be a much shorter list than theirs.
Hopefully. Okay, that it? Jack?
I'll say this, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Cabral?
Well, actually, yes, Dan, on behalf of Dan, wanted to publicly acknowledge and thank Nicole. Nicole is unfortunately leaving us. She's going to a great position in the private sector, but we want to thank her for her service. It's been well done.
Sorry to hear that.
Also then acknowledge Tracy Wolf, who will be taking over her position full-time as well. So,
Tracy.
All right. That's all you have?
that's all I had, sir. Backup quarterback.
Okay. Mr. Snyder?
And on top of that, they've stolen my receptionist as the agenda coordinator. So the clerk needs to watch out, because that's the way this goes, is I look for somebody in her department.
Got a problem?
That's all, thank you.
Okay.
Wait, did you see that big settlement in Ohio?
What?
Opioid.
Oh, yeah.
Just for those two counties, $260 million. That's pretty
Big
darn
deal.
big.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, I
Okay.
do. I have something. Our office held 2 community events recently, and just wanted to brag about that a little bit because it's nice to be able to give back. We had Operation Greenlight on October the 12th, which was Saturday, so we opened our office from 8:30 until 4, and we worked with the tax collector's office to reinstate individuals' licenses.
Nice.
So when you come to our office, it's usually not the best day of your life. You're in a pretty tough spot, and sometimes you don't have the money to be able to pay to get back up on your feet. So during this Operation Greenlight, we offer to waive the collection fee, which is 25%, which is a pretty significant amount, to allow people to pay their court costs and fines that they're delinquent on. And we assisted 148 customers in person.
Wow.
And 75 over the phone.
Wow.
And 177 of those paid in full that day. 83 entered into a payment plan, and 96 driver's license were eligible for reinstatement. So it was a great day. And on just last week, on October 18th, we took part in Operation Stand Down, and we held Veterans Court. And Veterans Court is just a beautiful way to show various government entities coming together for the betterment of our community. So we worked with Circuit Judge Sean Crane, the Sheriff's Office, the State Attorney's Office, the Public Defender's Office, and of course the wonderful One Community Now, who holds the entire event. And we did hold Veterans Court there to allow veterans to get back on their feet because, they have they have issues coming out of, the war crisis and trying to help and assist them, and they have lots of services there. So we assisted 26 veterans, a total of 79 cases, and nearly $45,000 were waived in court costs and fees to get them back on their feet. And there were a total of 19 either IDs or driver's license that were reinstated that day for them to be able to get back into driving and working. And then, of course, they had a bunch of programs there to help them further. So it was 2 great days, and I just wanted to talk about that.
Good.
Excellent. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything? I don't have anything. I appreciate everybody being here, and at this time, we will adjourn.